I will destroy you and your entire family. I need a new mic stand. Oh my goodness. I also need to tweet out a post the next minute. Make sure you do a skeet. I hate that it's called a skeet. Why is it called a skeet? Come on, man. At least just call it a post. All right. It's a two-layered issue. Cause like one, skeet is you should not be calling your thing skeet. That's already a thing. Don't call it a skeet. That's a different thing. That's a thing that you don't want to associate your posts with. Secondly, oh shit. Secondly, it's too derivative of tweet, you know? Like, come on. You don't want to make it like, you don't want to build your entire marketing campaign off the fact that, we're better Twitter, you know? Yeah, instead of tweeting, you get to skeet here. All the kids love skeeting, right? I've been hanging out too much with Serena. Why did I pick up her fucking goofy voice? I hate this so much. Oh my goodness. It's over for me, chat. It's so over for me. Oh no. Skeet skeet. Hi Tiny Satan, hi Gillial, hi Winter, hi Jason, how y'all doing? Why am I leaning? Oh, my camera's pointed this way, that's why. I should probably do a game capture instead of a display capture. Possibly, maybe a little bit. Trump's secret COVID? Yeah, sorry, I was, why is it... Hold on, why is this opaque? Oh, wait, you know why? Because this is the extra one. There we go. Trump's secret COVID? Oh, yeah, hold on, here. Actually, I can show y'all. I can show y'all. Here. So I have, like, browser tabs open. When you do the volume, it just, like... It shows whatever the most recent, like, audio you had playing was. And for me, that is The Daily Show. Trump's secret COVID gift to Putin and Hurricane Helen lies. You know, I'm American. I really like political comedians. I'm a really big fan of political comedy. I'm sorry. Not to be basic, but yeah, there's a lot going on. Jon Stewart and Elon Musk, free speech and Trump's election interference claims. Another guy I like is Stephen Colbert. Actually, Colbert is my favorite, but you know. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Librarian VTuber? Question mark? Hi. Today we are here with Blackberry Honey. It is a lesbian romance visual novel featuring Victorian maids and sodomizing orphans and a little bit of xenophobia with not knowing how to describe a very obvious Chinese lady. You know? At least I think she's supposed to be Chinese. In this era, that's all I can think is Chinese, because, what was her name? Xiaohua? Not Xiaohua. Taohua. 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 Damn, so America? This is pre-America day. This is before America was a thing, so like... You know? I'm not saying you're right, but... Yeah, Taohua is 100% Chinese. Okay, so... I didn't make a recap. Last time, we've gone through the daily life of Lorina. Also, hold on. Actually, I wanted to ask a question, chat. What is mirroring? Can you explain mirroring? I like the sound of it, I just don't know what it means. SAO lover? I'm not an SAO lover. I just appreciate it more. Actually, I will say the second half of season 2 and Ordinal Scale made me an Asuna fan. Asuna's a good character. Now. She is now. I fully support the Asuna-Kirito relationship in that series now. As I think of the senator that asked the Singapore dude for 9 minutes straight if he was Chinese and part of the Communist Party. Wait, you mean like...
So are you Chinese or you Japanese?
That same energy? Was that actually a thing that happened in the modern age? Please don't tell me that's a thing that happened. I literally cannot cope with the fact that people are actually doing the meme. It's like behavior copying, like when a cat copies their owner's behavior. Hold on. I don't like that metaphor. I don't like that metaphor. Could you have said it a different way, Gillial? Just because I was a former cat girl doesn't mean anything. You pick up expressions or mannerisms from people you like or talk to or listen to a lot? Oh, okay, okay. I gotcha. Let's see, literally the meme. Tom Cotton, you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party? Senator, I'm Singaporean, no. Have you ever been associated? I remember this! Wait, yeah, I remember this. I remember seeing this fucking clip when, I was following the TikTok lawsuit stuff, yeah. Yeah. Listen. I follow politics a lot. I'm not usually one to be very, like, grim about it, but I will say the idea of emigrating to Canada to be with my girlfriend is very appealing. And also, sometimes you just have to look at the state of politics in your country and you have to laugh. You know, that's how it is. It be how it be, as the kids say. Where the hell is my game capture? Okay. So are you Chinese or are you Japanese? Neither, I'm Singaporean. Okay, so far in Blackberry Honey, we've been introduced to the main character, Lorina. She basically gets bullied by all of her maid co-workers, aside from the one chubby girl who cannot say a sentence straight. She has found the mysterious older Chinese maid who is not religious and is coming onto her really hard. And also, our main character gets bullied by a 12-year-old on the daily. You know, normal things. Oh, and Lorina has back issues because she is constantly holding her boobs up with her arm. So, let me actually shrink myself a teensy tiny bit for this. There we go. Alright, let's get to it. We are going to continue the story of Blackberry Honey. That's right. We just recently came off a scene with, comforting the little kid, and what else? Going to church, questioning, why is Tao Hua flirting with me so hard every day? Surely she doesn't want to, you know, muff dive or anything, right? Etc., etc., etc. Let's get to it. 18th of April. The 18th of April, Monday. But this wait, what was the previous sentence that was said? Hold on. Oh yeah. We found Lady Constance, the little girl. Have a good night, Jason. We found the little girl outside being kind of weird and being self-conscious about everybody hating her, which rightfully so. And so the encounter earlier had sparked a fair amount of interest in Lorina's generous breasts. Maybe there was more to Lady Constance than met the eye. But... oh, shit. But this hypothesis was put to the test most forcefully the following day. Get out of my sight, you ingrate! I don't even want to look at you! But Lady Constance, enough! Get out, get out, get out! Go away! I don't remember the voices I did for the characters, so if you're a stickler for consistency, cry about it. I recently read Carmilla and Laura has no idea what to do with the fact that Carmilla is extremely into her. Okay. Speaking from experience, let me tell you all a story about that. My girlfriend didn't like come on to me really strongly or anything. However, it was like this thing where we knew each other for a few years. And then at one point we just kind of started like jokingly, passively flirting with each other. But like in an awkward way, and it never meant anything by it. And in my head, I was always just like, nothing's ever gonna come out of this, right? I don't know if I could do a relationship with this person. But it kept going. And eventually one day, we're talking about like the kinds of relationships that we want, you know? What we look for in relationships. You know, a normal conversation to have with somebody who's just a friend, right? And like we joke because like what we both want, it kind of lines up with each other. And I just kind of joked. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go up there and we're going to go on a date. Haha, teehee. And then a few months later, she just kind of like tells me straight up, like, I've considered having a relationship with you. When I think about it, I get that butterfly feeling in my stomach. And I'm like, huh? What? Huh? I had no idea what to do with that. I literally had no idea how to process that for like a month. Literally, it took me like a month to be like, oh. And then it took me like another few weeks to clean up my personal affairs with other people and be like, yeah, I kind of want to pursue this girl. And then it took another, what, 2-3 months before we actually started dating. So when you say women have no idea what to do with the fact that somebody is into them, I get it. I get it, chat. Oh Lord, do I get it. I am a disaster. Please forgive me. Anyway, point is, yay! Yay, lesbians! Go, go, lesbians, go! I feel like it is more that the book was written in the late 1800s, but yeah, same. Oh, you know. That's what it feels like being over the age of 25 in online circles. You feel like you were written in the 1800s as well, you know? Zoomers these days be like, oh, you were born? No, oh, you're 30? Were you alive when steam power was made? Were you there when crude oil was refined? Did you vote for George Bush? Or something like that, I don't know. Yeah, obviously. Not the last one. I couldn't think of another politician. I just always think of George Bush when I think of lame politicians from the 1900s. Do you remember sweeping chimneys as a child? Yeah! Yeah, good old, back in the day when I was a child, me papa would, lift me up on the old ladder and, just hoist me up the chimney, and I would sweep it with a little, duster, feather duster. And then, the Black Plague came around, though, so we had to stay inside. You know, nowadays, y'all got your COVID pandemic. Back in my day, we had the bubonic plague. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's get back to the story. A 12-year-old is yelling at a French teacher. Please get a bra. What in the world? Though the voices were muffled behind closed doors, Lorina could pick out each and every word with ease. Mademoiselle, I never meant to cause offense. I don't care what you meant. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. But what should I tell your mother? Tell her you're done. You're not coming back. I can't even stand to see your face. But, mademoiselle, how many times do I have to tell you I am not a mademoiselle? I am a lady. Me lady. It's too late for that. Shut up. Get out, get out, get out. Sorry, Constance kind of hit puberty there in the middle of that. There was a sudden bang. Miss Amy exited the drawing room, her bright red hair curling free from its restrictive bun. Her eyes were wide, almost wild, and her face was so pale she looked as though she had seen a ghost. In a way, she had. She had experienced a close encounter with the feared ghost of Bly, renowned for striking raw, icy terror in the hearts of all. Mademoiselle, please. Shut up! But, are you stupid? Do your ears not work? I told you to leave. I apologize. It's too late for that. It's much, much, much too late. Get out of my sight before I throw something at you. I hate you. Yes. I will take my leave now. And don't come back. I hate this brat. We just had a heartfelt scene with her, and she's still acting like this. I hate her. Also, welcome to the stream, Polly. There are women here. They may be kissing. If we weren't on Twitch and didn't have to abide by TOS, they would be doing more than kissing. Did you know that this visual novel has apparently 12,000... Wait, hold on. Let me see the Steam page. DLC. Did you know that the DLC for this game adds 4 uncensored sex themes, 6 new CGs, about 12,000 words of new text? But we're on Twitch, so you can't see any of that here. I don't really have a place where you can see any of that too, sorry. 4 uncensored sex scenes and 12k words, all for free. Download now. I will say, there was the writer of this visual novel, Ebihime, posts on Twitter, and she just like posted the cover art from this game and just said, repost this image to waste like 262 kilobytes of data. And it's just constant shit posts like that. And this is the person that wrote 12,000 words of smut. I'm for it. I'm all for it. I heard there are lesbian maids here. Hey, what's up, Claire? How's it going? Happy belated birthday? That was you, right? I'm pretty sure that was you. I would double check, but I would be embarrassed if I am proven wrong. So if I'm wrong, just pretend I'm right. When's the Rika Readman OnlyFans for streaming hentai games? I saved the streaming hentai games for my date nights, alright. That's not for your eyes. Anyway. Oh, you did repost it, Polly. I thought I saw it come back up again after I posted it. Somebody in my server also was talking about seeing it after last week. Oh my god. I should buy and play this with my wife. There you go. There you go. I encourage all of you to go buy these visual novels that we're playing through. Zero Escape series, go play it. 2064, go buy it and play it. BA11 Hall, go buy it and play it. Highway Blossoms, go buy it and play it, including the DLC. Model Employee, go... That one's free. You got no excuse not to play it. Same with Of the Devil. Same with March in Line, which we'll probably try to do before the end of the month, considering it's by the same person as Model Employee and Of the Devil. You know what, Polly? You were streaming March in Line the other day, right? How was it? I didn't have time to tune in, but I want... Give me your out of 10 rating. It's really good? Okay, okay. I'll look forward to streaming it myself then. Solid 8 out of 10. Yo, let's go. Someone in my Steam family has this. Maybe I should install it. Winter. The DLC literally costs nothing. I highly recommend it. Chat. I'm just gonna say something. I'm gonna say something. It's so funny. I announced that I'm streaming a Yuri visual novel tonight, and it's the first time in forever that I've seen my stream chat full of the she/her tag. Oh, is this the niche? Is this the niche audience? Is this the niche audience I've been needing to tap into? Not in a horny way. I mean, like, just a marketing way. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Back to 12-year-old little spoiled brats yelling at French people. Isn't that exciting? 4 days a week of lesbian visual novels? I can't do that. I need my murder, mystery, and horror visual novels too. Listen, Rika Readman comes in 2 scales. Oh, post-fighting game era Rika Readman, because I used to be a competitive fighting game player. Post-fighting game era Rika Readman comes in 2 flavors. Raging lesbian Rika Readman, and horror fanatic Rika Readman. Horror and murdery. Horror and murder mystery. Sorry, murdery is not a word. Murdery is not a word, sorry. Oh, and making fun of Curry's Steam name, but that's just because Curry's unhinged and makes Steam names such as, you don't even want to know the history. Hold on. Y'all can't see this right now, but you're gonna see it. Or not, you're gonna hear it. Where the hell is Curry? Where the hell is Curry? Why do okay, are there any Limbus Company likers in chat? Because I have a Don Quixote fan cam on my friends list. Where? Oh, wait, yeah, that's right, alright. I gotta yeah, I do want the Hime Joshi audience. Alright, so, Curry, so, context. Curry is one of my, like, Apex squad mates / old friends. She has this habit of just picking the most outrageous names. This user has also played as Sniffing Mommy's Bra Sweat, Mommy's Oiled Up Biddies, Power Bottom Bunny Milf, Pumpin' Dump Hag Milf, Pumpin' Dump Femboy, Trans Girl Gawked and Loaded, One-San Boob Sweat, Delicious Boy Sweat, Persona 5 Arena. What is wrong with Curry? Okay, the list got worse. It went on. Also, Winter, you did see Little Goody Two Shoes the other day. Actually, if you want to watch Little Goody Two Shoes, please go follow Liddy Barn. They are hosting Little Goody Two Shoes every Saturday this month. And, I'm joining to help them read through it. You know, we got voices, we got voiceovers. If you already follow Liddy, I love and appreciate you. If you don't follow Liddy already, you don't want to know what I think of you. The secret is that I think you should go follow Liddy. Anyway, remember, that's going to happen Saturday at 11 p.m. Eastern, so don't miss it. Little Goody Two Shoes is good and has more lesbians in it. I did not expect it to have lesbians in it. I was surprised. I didn't know. Oh yeah, I wanted to play Pocket Mirror on my own channel afterwards. Because, like, if Little Goody Two Shoes is good so far, and if that's good, Pocket Mirror has to be good, right? Little Goody Two Shoes was too scary for me? That's crazy to hear. Okay. Let me chug this water, because my throat's already kind of... Alright. We've had this tragic background music playing during this whole conversation. Let's get through this scene. Miss Amy all but fled down the hallway. She stumbled more than once, and Lorina instinctively reached forth to help her. The poor woman looked like she could use some help. Oh, Lorina! Lorina, ma chère. I apologize that you had to see such a shameful side of my character. Je suis désolée. I can't speak French, by the way, sorry. You don't need to apologize. Lorina frowned. She wasn't sure what to say. There was nothing she could say. What happened? Mademoiselle, she was in such a foul mood this morning. She refused to pick up a quill. She yawned whenever I spoke to her. She even turned her nose up at the piano. But I thought Lady Constance liked the piano. She does. She is remarkably good at it. But today? None. As stubborn as a mule. Isn't she always stubborn? Indeed she is, but it was worse today. I do not know what happened, but... After I tried for the dozenth time to coax her into doing some work, she... exploded. Exactamente. I see. Lorina saw only too well. Anyway, forgive me, Lorina. I don't want to disrupt your work. You aren't disrupting me. I was the one who asked. Oui, oui. Miss Amy nodded. She looked distracted. Lorina didn't blame her. I would say until we meet again, but I fear this will be the last time I work with the young Mademoiselle. Even if Mademoiselle Lenard does not fire me, Miss Amy's words faltered. She bit her lower lip. I cannot work with such a child any longer. She is only 12 years old, but she frightens me. Oh, but the poor Mademoiselle. To lose yet another governess. The change must be hard on her, undoubtedly, but... If only she could learn to control her temper. Unfortunately, she's just kind of a brat, so, you know. She's not going to learn to control her temper. Miss Amy straightened herself, brushing a few strands of red hair behind her ear. Au revoir, Lorina. It was a pleasure. Goodbye, Miss Amy. Likewise. And, with a small curtsy, the governess walked down the corridor, and out of Lorina's life for good. Goodbye, Lorina. I never have to do a bad... goodbye, Amy. I never have to do a bad French accent again. Lorina didn't doubt that she would never see Miss Amy again. Who would continue to subject themselves to Lady Constance's abuse if they had a choice? It was unthinkable. So, Lorina didn't think about it. Oh, smart. But what if Lady Constance Lorina glanced down the hallway. Lady Constance was still standing in the entrance of the drawing room, her face a pale death mask. Her lips were drawn together in a firm line, but her chest was rising and falling raggedly from exertion. "Why are you here, maid?" "Oh, I just happened to be passing." "And you just happened to be eavesdropping, did you?" "Forgive me, miss. You were being rather loud." "Whatever." Lady Constance turned her nose up in the air. "The story is bound to get out eventually. Amy will leave, I always knew she would. And then you and the other maids will have some nice, juicy gossip to share amongst yourselves. I know how much you love gossip." Lady Constance's tone was so pointed, Lorina almost found herself feeling guilty. Almost. She had nothing to feel guilty about after all. She wasn't the one who had nearly reduced Miss Amy, sweet, innocent Miss Amy, who had sympathized with Lady Constance and offered Lorina biscuits, to tears. "You know, you really shouldn't behave like that." "Oh?" Lady Constance's eyes flashed dangerously. Her little hands clenched into fists. "What was that, maid?" "I said you shouldn't behave like that. It's improper." "And what gives you the right to lecture me?" "It isn't a matter of rights. All I know is I was raised to respect my elders. You might be a lady." Lorina spat the word out with no small amount of malice. Oh, sorry, I gotta say that. "You may be a lady. But the fact remains that you are still a child. You had no reason to speak to Miss Amy like that. None at all." "I see. So you think this is my fault?" "I can't see who else to blame. You were the one shrieking like a banshee." "Oh, of course. That's so typical. You don't ask for my side of the story, but you've already started assigning blame." "Lady Constance, don't call me that. I know you don't mean it. You don't respect me. You—" Lady Constance stabbed a finger in Lorina's direction. Her blonde hair fluttered about her shoulders like a shroud. "None of you respect me. Not the cook, or the maids, or my governess." "How is Miss Amy disrespecting you?" "She has always treated me with disrespect. She tries to act nice as though she is my friend. 'Are you all right, mademoiselle? Is something the matter?' But she has no interest in getting to know me. She just wants her wages at the end of the day, like everybody else." "You're all disgusting. Every last one of you. I thought you might not be so bad, but—" Lady Constance shook her head. "You still take her side. You believe her word over mine, even though I am a lady. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all of you. Just disappear. Be gone, peasant." And with that, Lady Constance drew back her right hand and smacked her palm against a vase resting on a nearby pedestal. Not just any vase. An expensive vase. All the decorations in the Leonard's household were expensive. Almost tastelessly so, as Lorina had cause to ponder on more than one occasion. This vase, however, was worth more than most. It was one of Lady Leonard's personal favorites, and depicted the love affair of Cupid and Psyche. And all Lorina could do was stare. Slowly, very slowly, as if time had come to a crawl, the vase fell through the air and shattered against the carpet. It shattered in dozens, hundreds, thousands of pieces, or more. It was impossible to count. The mere thought of trying made Lorina feel dizzy. She'd never been very good at mathematics. Neither was she good at reining in her own emotions, which threatened to explode. You... She turned on Lady Constance, her eyes narrowed. "How could you do something like that? I don't know what you're talking about. But the vase. Ah, yes, the vase. One of Mother's favorites. A gift Father brought back home from Italy. Lady Constance ran a hand through her hair casually, without a care in the world. It was the same hand, Lorina noted, she used to push the vase off its plinth and into its early grave. Not that ceramics had graveyards. You will be in a lot of trouble when she finds out, maid. What are you talking about? Well, you're the one who broke it, aren't you? Lorina's mouth parted into a small O of unabashed shock. She could hardly believe her ears. How could Lady Constance stand there, now so cool and composed, and accuse Lorina of a crime she had committed? It would have been a different matter if Lady Constance had been more sneaky about it, but this was so blatant. The deep injustice of the situation stung Lorina's pride even more acutely than the thorns from the roses had. How can you accuse me of something I haven't done? Very easily. Would you like to see? No, you can't. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to tell lies? Perhaps, but Mother will believe whatever I tell her. Lorina didn't doubt that. Lady Leonard had always been a doting mother, to Lady Constance's detriment. Why else would she allow her hellion of a daughter to cycle through governesses so rapidly, even quicker than the changing leaves? Hi, Muffin McPluffin on YouTube. Thanks for stopping by. You broke it. That's what I'll tell her. Maybe it was an accident. You were cleaning and you happened to trip and stumble. But it was still your fault. All your fault. An unpleasant smirk split across Lady Constance's lips. I wonder what she'll say. How could you? Yes, I think she might say something to that effect. Why, you little... Wait, what was my Taohua voice? I think I need water for this one. Why is the older lady coming out of nowhere? Oh dear, what seems to have happened here? Lady Constance's back straightened. She looked at Taohua anxiously from beneath her fringe, with a contrite expression Lorina had never seen her wear before. Could it be? Was Lady Constance, of all people, afraid? My, what a mess. Taohua picked her way across the carpet carefully, holding her skirts in her hands as she took care not to place her feet on any stray shards of ceramic. It appears that somebody has broken a vase, and oh dear, it was the one depicting Cupid and Psyche, wasn't it? I was rather fond of that vase. Mother was fond of it too until this useless maid broke it. I did no such thing. Lori, please. I appreciate that you are upset, but there are better ways to settle this. It isn't very ladylike to engage in petty squabbling, is it? It isn't petty. That vase was expensive. Then why did you push it over? I didn't push it over. You broke it. But I saw you do it. Alright, you two. Fighting won't get us anywhere. Let's take a moment to calm ourselves, shall we? You're just a maid. What do you know? I may be just a maid, as you so eloquently put it, but that is why I cannot let this be. I only want the best for you, Lady Constance. While I appreciate that you are upset over the destruction of an expensive family heirloom, you can't take your anger out on your staff. A true lady would try to get her maids to respect her, not fear her. That was what Taohua said, and she said it so smoothly, too, that Lorina felt herself being drawn in. It was impossible to resist. Gay! Not even Lady Constance could stand her ground against Taohua. Well, you might be right. I know. I often am. It's one of the many perks of being me. I'm saying, This is the same energy as me constantly exclaiming, I'm a genius, you just don't know it yet. Now, I don't know what happened or how the vase came to be broken, so I will not assign any blame. It would be in our best interest, however, if we cleaned it up. I wouldn't want anybody to hurt themselves. Lori, would you be a dear and fetch me a dustpan and brush? Surely you're not going to clean it up yourself? Of course. Being a maid, that's my job. But this isn't your fault. And as I already told you, I don't care whose fault it is. It's much more important that we resolve this issue chop chop. Tao Hua clapped her hands together with each successive chop. Lorina nodded. Chop chop. Fine. So saying, trying to quell the evident gratitude in her voice, Lorina exited the hallway. Tao Hua, older maid lady, fixes everything. I wonder how old she is. Like, they make a big deal about her being older than Lorina, and they say Lorina is 19. But I wonder how old Tao Hua is. She can't be that much older, right? There's no way this woman is in her 30s. Hag? That's insane. I've seen the word hag go around so much lately to describe women who are, like, over the age of 25. Yeah, my guess is probably like 26, 27. Which, that's still a dubious age gap, but it's Victorian England. It's fine. They're marrying off their 14-year-olds to 50-year-olds back in those days, so I guess it's more normal back then. Thank you, my little Lori. Don't mention it. Tao Hua pondered, examining the broken vase critically. Even if I sweep up the evidence, I won't be able to hide this from Lady Leonard. I can't imagine that she'll be pleased to hear about this, no matter what I tell her. Mother loved that vase. She'll be very upset. I can imagine. Well, I suppose I can always tell her that I broke it. Today was a day for surprises, evidently, and not just little shocks on par with unexpected raindrops against the nape of the neck. This was more akin to being hit by a bolt of lightning. But you didn't break it! Wait, what? Oh, but you didn't break it. Exactly! It's ridiculous! Are you trying to be some sort of saint? Like Lieselot's beloved Saint Verena, perhaps? No, Lorina couldn't see it. No matter how she examined Tao Hua, she couldn't detect the slightest slither of saintliness about her. I know I didn't, but as there's no way of telling who the fault of the broken vase lies with, it would be amoral to assign any blame. But it would be even more amoral to blame somebody who wasn't there to begin with. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me. It will bother Lady Leonard. And so it may, and I will certainly be in disgrace for it. But I doubt it would disrupt my current position. You might be easy to replace, my little Lori, but I am not. Hi, Natya. Thanks for stopping by. It was true, too. Tao Hua was not easy to replace. Lorina had never seen a more exotic woman before. Much like the vase, she was a quaint curiosity from a foreign land. Except, she would not break quite easily. Calling the older woman that you're, like, obviously into exotic, calling somebody exotic in that way always rubbed me the wrong way, because I've been called exotic for being, you know, brown. It always, like, strikes that chord in my brain that's just like, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? What do you mean exotic? How many air quotes do you have around exotic? It is what, 18th century Victorian England, so like, yeah, I get it. They don't really have the scale of that. Racism is pretty common these days still, but like, it's like neuron activated, but like the bad kind of neuron, you know? You know what I'm saying? The bad kind of neuron. As for you, Lady Constance, you should probably take your leave. It is dangerous for you to linger here with broken china strewn across the carpet. Like you need to tell me. I don't want to spend time with you anyway. Lady Constance turned her nose up in the air and stalked off, proud as a cat. Meow. Oops. Tao Hua watched the little girl as she left, her head tilted to one side. What a charming girl. Are you being sarcastic? She can be quite a handful, it is true. It's far worse than that. Lady Leonard spoils her. I am sure she means well by it, but loving somebody too much can be poison. Tao Hua shook her head. I hate selfish little girls like that. Same. Thank you for the follow, Mizore Nakaya. Don't ask me why I rolled the R. It's just what I do. I'm Mexican. It's just what we do. Sorry, my bad. Though Tao Hua's voice remained light and unaffected, there was a bite to her words Lorina hadn't heard before. It was almost startling. Hate is quite a strong word, don't you think? Are you lecturing me, Lori? No, not at all. I don't like Lady Constance either. I can't stand her. It's just... I didn't know you cared about people enough to hate them. You think I am that detached from my fellow man? Yes? Wow. That's blunt. How cruel. Your impression of me must be frightful. You don't do much to dispel it. And after I did you such a favor, too. I could have walked on by and it would have made no difference to me. Why did you help? I didn't ask for it. I suppose I stepped in because I dislike the way Lady Constance carries on, and I wanted to teach her a lesson. Somebody has to if her mother won't. Oh, I see. Lorina sighed, deflated, though she didn't know why. What had she been hoping for, anyway? Tao Hua's response made perfect sense. It would have been odder if her actions had been inspired by any other sort of motivation, surely. And yet, this was not the first time Tao Hua had come to her aid. There was the thorn, and then the fireplace. And now, the vase. I gotta fix this real quick. Hold on, this is bugging me. Alright, Neko Arc, you gotta straighten up. There you go. You gotta stop covering up the maid's boobs. Look respectfully at them, Neko Arc. Look respectfully. Anyway, you clicked with the pronunciation? Thank you. I try, and by I try, I just mean... I'm not fluent in Spanish yet, but we're working on it. Even though I'm Mexican, I didn't grow up learning Spanish, so I'm like trying to learn more again. Cereal R roller? What is that? Why do you make me sound like a baker? Like, you know, no, like a pizza cooker? You know, like when they get the rolling pin and they roll the dough? That's what a cereal roller makes me think of. Hey Dale, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Need to get her sunglasses so she can hide what she's looking at. I would, but I'm too lazy to do it. Alright, so we're establishing. Tao Hua's obsessed with you. Calm down, girl. Tao Hua's into you, just enjoy it. Was there a deeper meaning behind it, or had Tao Hua simply been stricken with a sudden fit of whimsy? Maybe she had merely been trying to teach Lady Constance a lesson. Lorina herself often wanted to discipline Lady Constance, but she knew she wouldn't be able to get very far. I don't know why she listens to you. She never listens to me. Because you, my little Lori, are not particularly frightening. And you are? Oh, I'm dreadful. Tao Hua curled her fingers into claws and Lorina laughed. She couldn't help herself. You're so silly. But I still made you smile. I would consider that a success. I just wonder, how are you able to make Lady Constance act so obediently? I suppose I have more practice. I've known her since she was smaller than a bag of flour. I think she would bully me all the same, even if I had known her as long as you. I think that's a fair assessment. You are quite fun to tease. What? Tao Hua smiled and tugged at the end of Lorina's ponytail. Nothing. Pay it no heed. Get your hands off me then, blush. And that is precisely your problem. What? You get too flustered. If you want people to obey you, you shouldn't cower or stammer or shy away, but neither should you make your anger too apparent. Anger only breeds more anger. I can't help being angry. Lady Constance is so cruel. Not just the vase, but what she did to Miss Amy. I know, we have a good many things to be angry about, but it will get us nowhere. You said you hated Lady Constance. I do, but I don't let her know that. Not too openly. It's better to treat others with arch disdain, but not abject revulsion. Keep them guessing. Then they won't know how to respond. That sounds awfully manipulative to me. All human interactions are about manipulation, my little Lori. Well, I don't think I could pull it off. I get too worked up. I know. You're not very good at keeping your cool. But it's not a trait I dislike. It will make your life more difficult, but mine, infinitely more entertaining. Wait, what do you mean, entertaining? Tao Hua smiled sardonically and ruffled the top of Lorina's head. You will have to solve that problem on your own. I'm just gonna say, I know very many women, I have known very many women who, if I just cherry picked any one of Tao Hua's lines and said it to them, they would crumble in seconds. Yeah, it is a cat playing with its food energy. Need me a manipulative, frightening older lady? Chat Gileal is one of those aforementioned women. Just saying. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. Lorina was attempting to write a letter. The key word being attempting, because she had advanced no further than the first two words. Dear Mother. It was a start, she supposed, but what came next? What could she say? She wanted to write about Tao Hua, but the words wouldn't come. She had no words to describe her. Come on, Lorina, she castigated herself. Think. But she couldn't think. And thinking became all the harder when... Lorina! Did you hear? Lorina jumped. A round blot of black ink fell from the end of her quill and landed on her writing paper. She glanced at the paper, which was now ruined, then back up at Lieselot. Down to the paper, then back up at Lieselot. Well, so much for that. Lorina clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Then, with a small sigh, she crumpled the now useless piece of paper up in her right hand and tossed it to one side. She didn't see where it landed, and neither did she care. Writing paper was expensive, yes, and it pained Lorina to waste money. But what could she do? She could hardly scrape the stray ink off the page and start again. The damage was already done. The outfit is so close to being translucent. I think this is a good time to remind everybody in the chat that there is an 18+ adult patch that you can download from the Steam DLC page for this visual novel that adds 4 uncensored sex scenes, 6 new CGs, and 12,000 words. There's a reason why that dress was almost translucent. The dress challenges the laws of physics. I'm saying this! I think last time people were also commenting on, like, what is her hair doing? And also, somebody who was really fanatical about Victorian England history was like, scrunchies didn't exist back then. Oh boy, I love words. What's up an hour after 10? More like an hour after words. Water time. Oh, I apologize. I'm not in your way, am I? No, don't worry. It's alright. Lorina raised her head. Sorry, the silhouette is just so distracting. The silhouette and the sheerness is just so distracting. Oh my god. Lorina raised her head, forcing a smile. What did you want to tell me, Lieselot? I heard a very interesting rumor. What? Lieselot tapped a finger against her lower lip. I heard it from Ada, who heard it from James, who heard it from Ewan, who heard it from Bessie, who heard it from... Can you get to the point already? Lorina had been in Bly for 4 months, but she still had trouble keeping track of all the people Lady Leonard deployed, and Bly was a relatively small estate. In Hartwell, Lorina had shared her attic bedroom with no less than 11 maids like herself. I sure hope I don't get banned off of Twitch for this. Technically, she's wearing clothes, right? There are no, quote-unquote female-presenting nipples on screen. Just, the shape and color of them. Yeah, you know. Well, what I wanted to say was, it appears Miss Amy has left. Oh, yeah. I already heard. But Lorina had not heard it through a convoluted game of Chinese whispers from a footman to a chambermaid to the tea boy. She had been there in person and had seen the events unfold before her own 2 eyes. Not that Lorina had any intention of telling Lieselot that. If the other maids knew, she'd become a subject of gossip herself. More so than she was already. Ah, so it seems it's true. Lieselot sighed. She looked dejected. And I was hoping it was just a rumor. I quite liked Miss Amy. It's a pity Lady Constance didn't. Lady Constance does not like any of her governesses. In fact, it is worse than that. Lady Constance does not like anyone. Lorina blinked. Lieselot was such an unfailingly cheery girl. It was strange to hear her speak ill of another, even if that other was Lady Constance, whom everyone disliked. Even the footman, the chambermaids, and the tea boy. Did you have a run-in with Lady Constance today? Indeed. She... Indeed! She tripped me as I was walking down a hall, and I bumped my head. She did not even apologize. Lisa Lott's lower lip trembled. She brushed her blonde fringe aside, showing Lorina a small, egg-shaped lump on her forehead. That sounds like Lady Constance, all right. Oh, but it is such a pity. Miss Amy was so nice. She always stopped to talk to me in the hallways, unlike Miss Lillian. In comparison, Miss Lillian was so... austere? Exactly. She didn't even look at us servants. She was so haughty. Well, she was the daughter of a gentleman. Yes, but she had such airs and graces when she was a servant just like us. Miss Amy was nothing like that. That's probably why she didn't last. Indeed. Lady Constance can be so very frightful. I would be afraid for my life if I had to wait on her every other day. Lisa Lott smoothed her fringe down, hiding the ugly bump, and let her arm fall to her side. But oh, it is such a pity. Miss Amy did not deserve to go. Awfully well spoken for Victorian common folk. I'm saying! Everyone can read and write and has a big-ass vocabulary. But you know what? What's the word? What's the word? Something. Suspension of disbelief. There we go. Suspension of disbelief. Indeed, it is a pity. Lorina's shoulders tensed. Pauline. Hello, Lorina. Lottie. Pauline entered the servants' quarters, closing the door behind her with a thud far louder than necessary, and gave the pair of girls an amused grin. I see you're also gossiping about Miss Amy's untimely departure. Lisa Lott, who was incapable of seeing the bad in anyone, except, it appeared, Lady Constance, nodded eagerly. Oh, that is right. It is so unfair. I feel bad for the poor woman. My heart bleeds. Like hell it did. But I am sure Lady Leonard will find a replacement soon enough. She always does, despite Lady Constance's reputation. There are a lot of women desperate to make money out there who will do anything for a few coins. Judgmental much? Pauline shot a sidelong look at Lorina, her lips curved into a thin smile. Isn't that right, Lorina? Oh, but it is quite heartbreaking. Why should an honest, hard-working woman like Miss Amy be driven away from her place of employment? Lorina turned her head. He knew what was coming next. When a girl of ill repute such as yourself is still allowed to work here. How many different ways can she come up with to call Lorina a whore? Do you imagine maids who work close to the main family would have to catch themselves up to speed quickly? That makes sense, actually, yeah. They probably catch up a lot from hearing the like, rich people speak. They also look like cats and have unlikely proportions, so plenty of suspension of disbelief here already. Unlikely proportions, I say as I stare at the 19-year-old maid with, like, humongo boobs literally bigger than her head and a functioning spine in an era before bras. Yeah, completely realistic, you know. Okay.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
This takes place, I think it's 18th century Victorian England? Or was it 17th century? I need to refresh myself. It just says Victorian England. Oh, sorry. Set in England during the mid-19th century. So, what, like 1850 area? Mid-1800s? I also met some people with proportions in America in the 2000s.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
That would indeed be nice if it were true. But over the last week, Lorina had been having some serious doubts. If those who were poor in spirit would inherit the kingdom of heaven, then why did those in the lower echelons of society have to sit at the very back of the church? If Tao Hua were there, Lorina was sure she would have snorted at the hypocrisy of it all. Why was she pondering the hypocrisy of the Bible of all things? She had been raised better than that. She was a good Christian girl. Certainly not the kind who would question the verses written in the King James Bible. It must have been Tao Hua's fault. The older woman was getting to her.
Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted.
But those who had cause to mourn rarely found comfort. When Lorina's father had died, nobody had come to help the Wah family. Instead, Lorina's mother had bitten back her grief, rolled up her sleeves, and diverted all of her efforts into the upkeep of her small shop. She had worked from morning until dusk, darning socks and sewing lace onto sleeves until her fingers were bent, swollen, and sore, and it hurt for her to even move them. Lorina had helped, for nobody else would, and her mother could hardly afford to employ any assistants. So too did Ethel and Mary, but it wasn't enough. Not with little Alice on the way, and their father lost at the bottom of the ocean. So, Lorina became a maid. This was 3 years ago. It felt like a lifetime.
Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
But, once more, Lorina could not square this statement with reality. Oh, hi, Hectic Sketcher. Welcome. Get spooked by Nekoark. What? Voodoo nya. Oh. That was the perfect timing. Okay, so in this time period, they probably had corsets? Okay, if they have corsets, then, she's probably not dying. But she's also probably dying for other reasons related to, corsets can be painful. Game challenging the entirety of Christianity in a few sentences, which makes sense. This is Yuri. I'm saying. It's Yuri. Of course they're going to challenge Christianity. You know how it is. Corsets suck ass, at least the older ones. I thought they sucked, your stomach to shape it. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. You know. But, once more, Lorina could not square this statement with reality. If the meek truly would inherit the earth, why had Miss Amy been driven away from Bly? It seemed entirely unfair.
Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Wait.
Men shall revile you, persecute you, and say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Is this verse directly saying, I bless you if you're persecuted for people saying they're being good Christians? Did this one verse just apologize to me for every Catholic being transphobic? Sorry. I'm gonna stop thinking about it because I'm pretty sure they just made up religious sounding verses. Well, Pauline had been reviling and persecuting Lorina most grandly as of late, but Lorina didn't feel particularly blessed. If anything, she felt miserable. The only one capable of coming to Lorina's defense was Tao Hua. Is that what Reverend Marner meant? Marner? Yeah. Could Tao Hua be considered a blessing? But Lorina wasn't sure about that. Tao Hua, with her black heart and wicked smiles,
was more demonic than angelic. Hardly a being God would send to comfort Lorina in her darkest hour. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. But maybe Lorina did have cause to be glad after all. She had Tao Hua. And perhaps Tao Hua was enough. Oh my god. Chat, they're already getting to the flowery lesbian language and they ain't even kissed yet. Just like me, for real, for real. I was head over heels with my girlfriend before we even had our kiss, because we dated for like half a year before we actually got to meet each other. Oh, Ada, you must be so relieved. But why? Did you not hear what Reverend Marner said? Lisa Lott smiled brightly, like one who had made a great scientific breakthrough. Knowing Lisa Lott, the chances of that happening were slim to none. Blessed are the meek, he said. The meek! And what does that mean? You are rather meek, aren't you, Ada? Ada pointed at herself, her cheeks flushing pink. I am? Indeed. But what does it mean to be meek? I am not entirely sure. Lisa Lott pondered, tapping one finger against her lower lip. It is a complex word, and I have been learning English only for 5 years. 5 years is enough, surely. If a 5-year-old could not speak basic English, I would worry he was an idiot. But when I was 5, I spoke only in Swiss German. My English is not so good. Then why are you acting so enlightened after attending a single sermon, Lottie? I doubt you could even understand it. Maybe not, but the Reverend has a very, how do you say? A rich and passionate voice. It is nice to listen to him, and I quite agree with what he said. Lisa Lott smiled proudly, seemingly unaware that Pauline and Isabel were teasing her. The meek will rule the kingdom of heaven, and then girls such as Ada will be rewarded. I don't know if I would feel comfortable ruling anything. Yes, let's not let that happen. It would be a right mess. Much like your explanations. What can you expect from a blonde? Hey, what about me? You're not a drippy Swiss maiden like Lottie. It doesn't count. I suppose so. I fail to see what my hair color has to do with anything. I like your hair. Oh, thank you. But... Lisa Lott pinched a lock of her blonde hair between her fingertips. She tilted her head to one side. What do you think, Lorina? I think your hair is very pretty. But Lorina's voice was absent. Though she was with her fellow maids in the present, walking through the streets of Ellesmere, her mind was miles away. If you don't mind, I need to post a letter. Oh, you and your letters. Why do you even bother? Maids shouldn't write. We have more important things to worry about. Who would want to receive a letter from you, anyway? My mother? Hopefully. Your precious mother can't be that keen on you, or she wouldn't have sent you away to Bly. Pauline, you go too far. I'm sure Lorina's mother loves her a great deal. Probably. Whatever. Pauline rolled her eyes. She didn't look convinced. You can do what you want, Lorina. But I shan't cover for you if you're late again. I'll tell Mr. Lester and Miss Smith. I swear I will. Lorina knew. She hadn't expected for one moment that Pauline would cover for her. She'd never done it before. Thank you. Lorina's reply was stiff. So were her shoulders. You know, you might want to be careful, Lorina. Why? Miss Amy was sent away from Bly. You never know who will be next. Dun, dun, dun! Tight lacing sucks, but corsets in general are not particularly more uncomfortable as an undergarment than other options as long as it actually fits. I should try it. I know a lot of women who have and do, and at least one that makes them. I should try a corset, honestly. They're cool. And if they make your chest, they shape your chest a little better, and your, like, hips or whatever, I'm gonna try it. Eventually. People lace them up too tight when in reality they were relatively loose back then. The scene from the first POTC movie where Elizabeth has to deal with the corset whilst wildly off timeline-wise was realistic to when corsets were in vogue. Corsets have a bad rep, like sharks or marijuana. Yeah, the three great misunderstood vices. Sharks, marijuana, and corsets. Women in corsets are exceptionally attractive. I agree, they are. I do love me some corsets. Corset wearing women. Thank you for your patronage, ma'am. Lorina bowed her head and exited the post office, the bell overhead jingling as she did so. The sound was light and jaunty and helped lift Lorina's spirits. Being free from Bly and all those who lived within it, Lady Leonard, Lady Constance, Pauline, and Isabel, for a scant handful of minutes, was pure bliss. Oh, I'm going ham on the Neko arc. This is me shaking the Neko arc, hoping it scrambles its brain. Okay. I actually made myself dizzy with that, though. Oh, I actually made myself dizzy doing that. Oh, give me a second. Speaking of meds. Speaking of dizziness. Taking my meds real quick. Two down, one to go, but this goes under the tongue. Okay. Love your model. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Go follow the person who designed the original art for this model, Candle Hearts. She's a sweetheart. She streams. She also recently? I want to say recently also became a VTuber, but like, I think it's been over a year at this point. Good artist. Go follow her. Being free from Bly and all those who lived within it, Lady Leonard, Lady Constance, Pauline, and Isabel, for a scant handful of minutes was pure bliss. Lorina could get used to this kind of freedom. Is this what the kingdom of heaven was like? Lorina hoped so, but at the same time, she had begun to doubt whether she would be going there after she died. She shouldn't have questioned Reverend Marner so. He must have understood religion in far greater depth than she did. He was, after all, a reverend. Lorina was just a maid. With a small sigh, Lorina walked through Ellesmere. As it was a Sunday, all the shops were closed. Lorina only ever went to Ellesmere on a Sunday, and she had never seen the grocers open for business or a queue snaking along the street at the butcher's. The atmosphere on the day of rest was slow, lazy, and languid, as it should have been. A black cat luxuriated in the spring sunshine. Excuse me. A few butterflies, Cabbage Patch judging by their milky white wings, fluttered by in the air. Lorina made her way past chatting old ladies, a few children playing hopscotch on the streets, a tall woman with unusual eyes and long black hair. Wait a minute. Lorina paused, her footsteps stilled. She watched the woman as she walked past, her long hair fluttering behind her like an inverted bridal veil. I'm just gonna say it now, from recent experience. The minute you start imagining the woman on your mind with marriage imagery, wedding imagery, it's over for you. Give it up. You're done. The mysterious woman wore the attire of a maid, with a dark skirt and a sensible white apron, and held a leather case in her right hand, rather more elegant than Lorina's battered trunk with the crushed corner. Lorina recognized her. She hadn't seen that case before, and a most peculiar case it was, too. But she knew the hand that held it. Tao Hua? Oh? Tao Hua turned about, a small smile on her face. My little Lori, this is a pleasant surprise. And, judging by her tone, she meant it. Lorina's face flustered. She dropped her head and looked at her shoes. For whatever reason, Tao Hua's presence unsettled her. Maybe because Lorina had spent much of the Sunday service running the older maid's face through her mind, thinking of her eyes, her nose, her lips. What? Why her lips? It's not really a surprise. I go to church every Sunday. You should know that. Oh yes, silly me. It quite slipped my mind. Tao Hua laughed softly. Her laughter was light and elegant. If anything, I should be asking you what you're doing here. The service ended a few minutes ago, you know. Tao Hua raised an eyebrow. You think I would come here to go to church? No, but I can think of no other reason why you would come here. Unless... Lorina glanced at the case, marveling at its bizarre hourglass shape. What do you have there? This? Tao Hua glanced at the case and smiled mischievously. This, my little Lori, is a secret. Of course it is. Lorina heaved a heavy sigh. I should have known. And nothing was easy with Tao Hua. It's a secret to everyone. The 25th of April, Monday. Those are the sex toys for the second of 4 uncensored sex scenes? I was about to say, what if that is the truth? Man, we're missing out on the full content by not playing the 18+ patch. And you're not gonna get it. I mean... Ironically... Alright, are you guys ready? I'm about to post... Okay, Blue Sky has a upload limit of 1 minute for videos, but Twitter's is 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But for cross-posting purposes, I'm about to play the adult patch and record my reading of it and upload it in 1 minute bits. How many words can you shove in 1 minute? Probably like 100? Maybe? So that would be like what? A 2-hour movie. BLACKBERRY Honey, only the sex scenes. The movie. Uploaded in 200 parts, just like... If you are old like me, older like me, I'm not even that old compared to my audience. I think most of my audience is in their 30s as well. If you're around my age, then I hope you remember the old days of YouTube videos where like people would upload the fan-subbed anime and have it in like 3 different parts because the upload limit was 15 minutes. That's what it would make me think of. Save energy. Oh, wait. Hectic Sketcher was in the middle of saying that shit. Yeah. That's how I watched Azumanga Daioh, which was the first anime I ever watched. I read the manga, like, from the library when I was a teenager. And then I realized there was an anime because I saw YouTube videos of the anime. I watched Hack Sign in parts on YouTube. Yeah, we all collectively just had it back in my day. Death Note? Oh my god. I am ruining the story by playing the censored version, aren't I? Freaking... There are platforms to play the adult content, but, like, I don't... The problem is, I don't really, like, want to be, like, nothing against, like, obviously those platforms are mostly used for, like, are more renowned for being used for sex work, right? And I don't have anything against sex workers. I love supporting my sex worker friends. I just don't really want to be on those platforms, I think. Just because of probably the association? Unless I end up playing a million more of these visual novels that have the adult scenes. As I'm saying it, it actually kind of sounds like a good idea. I don't want weird VTuber fans to be like, when are you gonna take off your clothes, streamer? Like, no, never. I'm a prude. Only my girl. I'm not gonna say that. Only one person gets to see that. Oh, Muffin McFluffin on YouTube. Yeah, the 10-minute videos. K-On! Fan dubs in 3 parts per episode. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm old enough to where I was Azumanga Daioh, but I'm sure there are people who are older than me watching older anime like that. Simply ask Mr. Twitch to allow you to stream hentai. Oh, you're so right, Gillial. I could go back to Highway Blossoms too, actually. Get really into obscure PC98 eroge? Yeah, that works. Have a matching take off your clothes redeem with show. Hold on. Chat. If you're subscribed, can we bonk Gillial? Can we get some bonks on Gillial? Alright. Next scene. The following day was a Monday, and once more, Lorina found herself occupied with the laundry. Why me? Rude! I'm being abused. The young maid sighed, wiping the back of her forehead with her arm, and stepped back to admire her handiwork. After a rigorous half an hour, she finally managed to peg the laundry up on the line. The white linen fluttered like ghosts in the air. If Liselot had been there, she would have fainted clean away. What a peculiar girl. Lorina watched the sheets flutter for a while, billowing in a manner that reminded her of ball gowns. Not that she had ever been to a ball. Lorina might have been a Cinderella-like figure, forced to scuttle about amongst the ashes and soot, but she would never, ever be able to attend a grand event like that. Not without a fairy godmother. You don't have a fairy godmother, but you have an older lady of questionable background that's really into you. That's basically the same thing, right? Managed to what the laundry. Both Twitch chat and YouTube chat are calling me out for emphasizing pegging the laundry. Oh no! Hold on one sec. Sorry, it's starting to get toasty here. I recently got a new chair that is of a material with a very, very low specific heat. So like, no, not specific heat, sorry. It retains heat. So like sitting on it for too long makes me heat up a lot. So I gotta like have my AC on even though it's the middle of autumn. I should be lurking. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Mizori. Nakaya, I don't know which one's the first name. Thank you for stopping by, Mizori. Enjoy the story. Oh my gosh, she said a physics word. Shut up, Gillial. It's a high school science word. It was like, well, I think it was physics, actually, yeah. I think it was physics class where I learned that, but still. And speaking of self-appointed fairy godmothers. Hello, Lori. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Lori. Why don't we Tahua. Lorina glanced at the parlor maid from beneath her eyelashes. Sometimes Lorina forgot because she often saw Tahua for a scant matter of seconds as they passed in the hallways. But the parlor maid really was tall. I see you've been busy doing the laundry. Yes, well, Pauline was supposed to help, but she mysteriously vanished. Am I correct? She always vanishes, and there's nothing mysterious about it. He'll be off bothering the stable hands, or fawning over the valets, or gossiping with Isabel about something or other. Something entirely unimportant. That does sound like Pauline. Tahua sighed. The wind made her hair dance mysteriously. Almost Stop using the word! Stop using the word exotic to describe the Chinese lady! Almost exotically, the smell of orange peel and bergamot hung in the air. A lingering aroma of tea leaves, perhaps? Being a parlor maid, Tahua spent a good deal of her time serving cups of tea for Lady Leonard and her guests, and she often had a faintly fruity aroma to her. If you wish, I could tell Miss Smith about it. Pauline's conduct is abysmal. Oh no, it's fine. But she's making your life difficult. And Tahua didn't know the half of it. Checking in Lorina as being Orientalist? She really is British? Yeah, honestly, I can't even get mad because this is just, like, accurate for, you know, old school British people. If any complaints about Pauline's conduct were to reach the draconian Miss Smith, Lorina would be sure to get the blame. Lorina's life would no longer be worth living if that was the case. Height of the Opium War. Pauline was not a learned woman by any means. She couldn't read or write. She was, however, unsettlingly sneaky. Intelligent when it came to rooting out weak points and exploiting them for maximum effect. Her words rose once more to Lorina's mind.
Harlot! Jezebel!
You look perplexed, my little Lori. If Pauline is abusing you to the point where you can't focus on your work, I might need to take matters into my own hands. I appreciate it, but I'd much rather you didn't. But Lori... What? I don't like to see you suffer so. Not when I have the power to help you. I'm not suffering. Don't exaggerate. I'm stronger than I look. An independent young lady? Indeed. Lorina didn't break down after the death of her father, and she wouldn't break down now. Pauline's provocations might have been upsetting, but Lorina had dealt with worse. She didn't need Tahua to fight her battles for her. In fact, that raised an interesting question of its own. Why have you been so nice to me lately? Do you even need to ask? Well, I just did ask, so... Oh, Lori, it's because I like you, silly. All of a sudden, the spring sunshine seemed a touch warmer than before. It was making Lorina's cheeks burn. Or perhaps they were burning of their own accord. She had not expected that. Why do you like me? You barely know me. Because you have such a funny, serious face for such a young girl, and you always work so very hard. You're tenacious. It's quite adorable, really. I am not. You definitely are. Lorina folded her arms and turned her head to one side. I think you have bad taste. And I think you should have some more self-confidence, Miss Hua. Tahua tugged at Lorina's ponytail with her thumb and forefinger. Instinctively, Lorina jerked her head away and gave Tahua a glare. Put that out! The older maid giggled again. Lorina scowled. At least Tahua's gentle teasing was preferable to the out-and-out cruelty that fell from Pauline's lips. Now, if you're finished with the laundry, Lori, would you care to come with me? There is something I wish to show you. Why? It's so suspicious. I just want to show you something cute. Cute? It will cheer you up. Well... Please, my little Lori. Please, please, please. It was unlike Taohua to beg. The brazen display was so highly unsuitable for such a cool, calm, aloof woman. Lorina found herself agreeing simply so Taohua would stop. Fine, alright. I can lend you an ear for 5 minutes, but only 5 minutes. You understand? Just saying, you're good enough with your mouth. That's enough time. Oh, goody. Taohua smiled brightly and clapped her hands together. Lorina surveyed her, eyes half-lidded and mistrustful. Her face flushed the softest shade of peach pink. Why did she feel like she had been manipulated? As Lorina soon discovered, something cute Taohua wanted to share with her was... a cat? That's a cat. That is deadass just a cat. That is just a cat standing on an invisible windowsill. Yeah. Chat, can we get a :3 from all the cat girls in chat? I don't think there's very many of you, but you know, y'all need your representation. I'm glad y'all haven't gone extinct from the puppy girl invasion. 7 minutes, Chris. 7 minutes is all I have to spend. This is an apex lesbian. She'll need like 30 seconds. Stop. I have such a funny story related to that comment that I absolutely cannot talk about on stream or I will get banned. I will absolutely get banned. I will tell you about it in voice sometime. A cat? That's right. Taohua beamed proudly like a mother cradling a newborn babe. The cat the older maid held in her arms was black, its eyes a brilliant green. It bore more than a passing resemblance to the woman petting it. To such an extent, it was quite uncanny. The cat nuzzled its fluffy head against Taohua's chest, its ears twitching. Every once in a while it purred contentedly, batting Taohua's arm with a padded paw. Where did the cat come from exactly? Well, and a daddy cat loves a mummy cat very much. Be sensible, please. Oh, my little Lori, I think you are rather too sensible. Taohua laughed. The cat cradled in her arms shook, aroused by the motions of Taohua's chest. I don't know where it came from exactly. I just seem to attract cats. It's my special talent. Lorina resisted the urge to roll her eyes. While other girls can plait French braids or play the harpsichord, you can summon cats at will. It is quite a useful skill, more so than one might think. I'll take your word for it. Cat noises! Taohua rubbed her fingers behind her sleepy kitty's ears. It purred in approval. How long has this cat been coming to Bly? I'm not entirely sure. He's been hanging around the gardens for a while, a few months or so. Does he belong to anybody in Ellesmere? I think he's a stray. He looks rather well fed for a stray. Because I am very sentimental, and deep down inside, and I love doting on creatures. Wait, what? Did I miss a line? Oh, I think he's a stray. He looks rather well fed for a stray. Because I am very sentimental deep down inside, and I love doting on creatures that are smaller and weaker than I am. Indeed. Lorina pondered, one hand behind her chin. You know, I found Lady Constance in the garden a few nights ago. I couldn't give a stuff about that unpleasant brat. Me neither, but it does make me wonder. She said she heard a cat outside her bedroom window. Could it be this one? I don't know, and I don't care. Either way, I won't surrender Figaro to her. Figaro? After the Mozart opera. The marriage of, you know? I don't know very much about the opera. I've never even been to London. It's fine. We don't all have the same opportunities in life. It can't be helped. I suppose not, but... Lorina looked at Tao Hua curiously. Tao Hua might have had a higher social status than herself. But she was still only a maid. How many maids could afford to go to the opera? What do you think about my cat Panion, Lori? He's cute, isn't he? He is very cute, yes. Well, you can't have him. Tao Hua stuck out her tongue playfully. Lorina resisted the urge to pinch Tao Hua's tongue between her thumb and forefinger. Figaro is mine. I thought you said he was a stray. But he more or less belongs to me. He even comes into my room at night. Ah, yes. Your room. I forgot you were so privileged. I don't know if it's a privilege, really. It definitely is. Most parlor maids wouldn't receive such a special treatment. I am not like most parlor maids. Tao Hua sighed, expelling a soft breath into the lukewarm air. I suppose I don't mind the solitude, but it can become rather disquieting. Human beings were not made to be alone. You mean you get lonely? I'm made of flesh and blood like you. Isn't it normal for people to get lonely? I don't know. I never would have expected it from you. You always act like you're too good to spend time with anybody, so I just assumed. Is that a problem? No, it's kind of endearing, actually. Thank you. I'm glad you find my suffering endearing. It almost makes it all worthwhile. In any event, if you enjoy spending time with Figaro, and he seems rather fond of you, I see no reason for this to be your final farewell. Pardon? If you wish, you may come and see him in my room. But that... What? Your room belongs to you. Indeed. My room does belong to me. Nicely observed. Lorina pouted. Don't be like that. What? Right? Lorina rolled her eyes heavenswards. Heavensward mentioned? Though her view of heaven was obscured somewhat by the thicket of trees that surrounded her. According to Tao Hua, Figaro was fond of the shade. He liked stealing away within the shadows of this more thickly forested area of Bly's gardens, and rarely padded past these trees. But don't be facetious. I just meant... it would feel wrong somehow. Why should it feel wrong? We're both women. There's nothing suspect about that, is there? Unless you're worried about being with Figaro. Obviously that isn't an issue. Then... Tao Hua's eyes narrowed. A small smirk captured her lips. Being with me is... Lorina felt herself flustering, despite the relative shade provided by the foliage. She bowed her head, lest Tao Hua see how pink her cheeks had become. Why did she feel so embarrassed? This invitation was completely innocent. Wasn't it? Lorina didn't know. It was hard to tell with Tao Hua. Particularly when Tao Hua's earlier words continued to circle about the young maid's head. Yeah, have a good night, Winter. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting. I'm hardly the devil, my little Lori. If you must compare me to a manifestation of evil, then I would far prefer to be called a succubus. Lorina knows. She knows. She knows she's gonna be eaten alive by this woman. Alright, how should I do this? Lorina stared at the floor resolutely, rocking back and forth on her heels as she thought. Don't look so surprised, but I only came here to see Figaro. I don't really want to see you, Baka. How did that sound? Was it too defensive? It sounded too defensive, even to Lorina's ears. Lorina coughed. She could feel her cheeks starting to flush. This was no good. It was no good at all. She'd been standing outside Taohua's room for 5 minutes, but she still had no idea how to approach her. The door to Taohua's room loomed before her in the darkness, unreasonably intimidating. Lorina swallowed. She shifted from foot to foot. Gosh, this is ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. She's biting her lip, cat. I'm not here for anything indecent. I just want to see Figaro. That was Lorina's story, and she was going to stick to it. All you have to do is knock. Just knock. It really wasn't that hard. Not compared to some of the hoops Lady Constance made her jump through on a near-daily basis. She could do it. He would do it. And, just like that, Lorina knocked against the door. She knocked once, twice, and then she waited. And waited. And waited. Was Taohua not there? Maybe this was all a waste of time. The knot of unease in her stomach started to recede. Yeah, Muffin McPluffin, it's very convincing. Lorina is not fooling anybody. She wants the H. The H stands for... No, sorry, she wants the T. The T stands for Taohua. Lorina wasn't sure if she was happy or sad by this turn of events. But at least she didn't have to face Taohua. She didn't know if she could. She turned, ready to depart, when... Oh my. A soft voice called out to her. The door opened, creaking on its hinges, and there stood Lorina's unknowing tormentor. Is that you, my little Lori? Don't call me that! I'll take that as a yes. Now... Taohua's eyes roved over Lorina's body. Okay. Alright, chat. The next scene is probably not going to be that fulfilling because we are not on the adult patch. Why are you standing out there, silly? Come inside. Thank you. Lorina was ushered inside, and Taohua closed the door behind her with a dull slam. There was no escaping now. That's a nice-ass room. I didn't expect you to take me up on my offer so quickly, you know? Well, Lorina swallowed. Her throat was dry. I didn't have anything better to do, so... I was the last resort. Your company is preferable to Pauline's, at least. I should hope so, too. You housemaids can be so catty. Speaking of which... Lorina glanced about the room, her curious eyes trying to drink in every last detail. Is Figaro here? Of course, he and I are inseparable. Look. Taohua crossed the room and sat on the edge of her bed, patting her lap with one hand. As if on cue, Figaro poked his head out from beneath her duvet. Duvet? 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 And padded obediently towards his mistress. There you are. There's a good boy. Look, Lori has come to play with you again. Duvet? Okay. Lorina leant forwards, hands resting on her thighs, and peered at the cat curiously. Hello? Taohua giggled. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he can't understand you, Lorina. Shut up. You would rather sit in silence for an hour. I didn't say that. Oh, what a complicated girl. I'm afraid I don't understand what you want from me. Not one bit. I don't want anything from you. Just her company. Being in Taohua's presence was more than enough. With a soft sigh, Lorina took a seat on the edge of Taohua's bed. Though she had a room to herself, the older maid's lodgings were not particularly extravagant. Her room was a small one, tucked away beneath the rafters that sloped down so dangerously low one was in danger of bumping their head if they stood on their tiptoes. At least, a tall woman like Taohua would be. Lorina was in no such immediate danger herself, but the closeness of the ceiling still set her on edge. The room was rather sparse. Taohua owned few personal possessions, no loose ribbons for her hair, or pieces of jewelry, or hand-sewn comforters. There were, however, books, a small stack of them balanced on the floor by Taohua's bed. On Taohua's bedside there lay a gilt hairbrush with a thick handle and a pitcher of water. Is that for Figaro? I do love looking after my pets. Preemptively calm down, chat. Hello, Aries. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad I said preemptively calm down. I'm good, Aries. I'm good. I'm thankful that Steam automatically takes the adult content out of these visual novels and hides it behind a free DLC patch, because I'm pretty sure these two are about to get it on. You're far more doting than you look. Taohua shrugged. If I like something, I want to take care of it. That's basic human nature. I've wondered about that from time to time. My status as a human being? Well... Lorina shifted on the bed. Her skirts felt cool against her flushed skin. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. You are quite unusual. I know. I get that a lot. Does it bother you? My opinion is immaterial. But what do you think? I think a great deal of things. Then, what do you want? Oh my. This is becoming rather personal. Taohua prodded the tip of Lorina's nose with her finger. That, my little Lori, is a rather complex question. Just try me. Well... Taohua leant forwards, her voice dropping to a whisper. Hold on. I need to give y'all the full experience with this one. Right now, my little Lori. Yes? Taohua leant closer still. The tip of her nose almost bumped against Lorina's. Do you want to try and guess? I'm not very good at guessing games. And even closer. Taohua's lips really were pretty, and they were soft and pale pink, like apple blossoms. There had been apple trees at Hartwell before Lorina had been thrown out in disgrace. The delicate blossoms that spread along the branches during the springtime were beautiful. Lorina had always liked them. A soft, fragrant aroma lingered around the older woman, of flowers and freshly brewed tea, orange peel and bergamot. It was dizzying. Right now, my little Lori? Yes? Lorina's eyelashes fluttered. Her cheeks flushed pale pink. I want you. For a few moments, it felt as though time had frozen. Even Lorina's heart, secreted away inside her chest, seemed to cease beating. Her lips parted in a neat little O of surprise, like a fairy ring. Did Taohua really mean it? Was she just teasing? Lorina did not know. But she did know, at that moment, Taohua looked incredibly, unbelievably beautiful. What? Taohua's lips curved into an elegant smile. Do you have something you wish to tell me? Lorina shook her head. Then, something you want to show me? She nodded. And what would that be? I just realized, I never properly thanked you for helping me all those times before. And I don't want to be indebted to you anymore, so... Here. And with that... That escalated pretty quickly? Yeah, you helped me out, so, here, smooch. Huh? I'm not complaining, though. Didn't know she had it in her. Yo, let's go, Lorina! Props to my girl, Lorina! Lorina pressed her lips firmly against Taohua's. The smell of orange peel grew even stronger, almost intoxicating. Lorina's head swam. Taohua's lips really were soft. Lorina's fingers entwined with Taohua, the palms of their hands pressed flush together. Okay, but look at that ass! Look at how lovingly rendered the ass of the CG is! Oh my goodness! Lorina could feel her chest pressing up against Taohua's. They were so close, there wasn't a single inch of space between them. Oh, you know what? My bad. Hold on, here you go. Look at the ass! Look at how lovingly rendered the booty is! The buttocks! God damn! Lorina's just packing it all. The taste of Taohua's saliva, the warmth of her body, the smell of her skin. It was more intoxicating than Lorina had ever imagined. Remember to buy the game yourself and install the adult patch to see more, chat. A loving moment between two lovers, but look at that ass. Damn. It's a good ass. Yeah, we are missing approximately 5,000 words here. Chat. Alright, hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Speaking from experience, if I had a younger woman in that position, she would not be leaving that room anytime soon. Or an older woman, for that matter. Or any woman.
Or even a man. If I had anyone in that position with me, they would not be leaving for a few hours at most. At least, I mean. Lorina didn't know how she managed to make her way back to the servants' quarters after that rather intense encounter with Tao Hua. You good at Uno? Yeah, I'm good at Uno. I'm real good at Uno. I'm a master at lying. She walked through the hallway on unsteady legs that threatened to give out beneath her at any given moment. The 16 steep steps she had to climb to her attic bedroom was a perilous trek indeed. Even more dangerous than an expedition to the attic. When Lorina entered her room, still clad in her maid's uniform, her hair rumpled and her cheeks pale pink, she looked so out of sorts, not even Pauline could poke fun at her. But that didn't stop her from being suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Oh shit, my microphone stand is going loose. There we go. And where on earth have you been? Oh, Miss Smith wanted me. Why is your face red? You haven't been drinking, have you? Not the black fluid. Lorina blinked at Effie, her curiosity momentarily trumping her confusion. What black fluid? Oh, Lorina, you can't turn to the bottom of a bottle for solace. My Uncle Oscar took to the drink after the death of my Aunt Frederica, and he was never the same since. Lorina appreciated the concern, she supposed, but why did Lieselot's concern have to be so very loud and so very Swiss? It was giving her a headache. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. And I haven't been drinking, for goodness sake. Muffin McPluffin on YouTube says the TFW, you come back from your 9 to 11 p.m. private exercise with your good friend. Oh my god. Yeah. This is how I be looking after in the morning after, probably looking every morning in the tournament weekends. Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to Frosty Fastings. I'm not competing in anything, though. And I haven't been drinking, for goodness sake. Just Tao Hua's saliva, which was even sweeter than Lorina had allowed herself to imagine. Not that she routinely spent time imagining the taste of Tao Hua's saliva, of course. You look rather unsteady on your leg. Maybe you should sit down. Really, I'm fine. I think I just feel a bit of a cold coming on. Howdy, homo. Howdy, slapper. Howdy. Yeah, they 100% fucked in the adult patch. They 100%. That was probably the first sex scene. And it was very sudden. But also not that sudden. I guess, in true lesbian manner, you know, Tao Hua just kind of like said a suggestive thing at Lorina like 5 or 6 times, and then Lorina was basically whimpering to get her in her mouth or something, I don't know. Makes sense. And to further prop up her flimsy lie, Lorina coughed quite feebly into her hands. Ugh. Pauline pulled a face and shifted back in her bed, trying to put as much space between herself and Lorina's phantom phantom pathogens as possible. If you are sick, make sure you don't infect me. We don't want your diseases. I'll do my best. Lorina's head spun. Her fingers were trembling. So too was her heart. Maybe, she considered weakly, it wasn't a lie after all. Maybe she really was sick.
She felt sick. Sick in the head. Sick in the heart. Why had she kissed Tao Hua? What had come over her? What on earth would her mother say? Her mother. Maybe she should write a letter. That might make her feel better. Or it could make her feel worse. Knowing Lorina, it would make her feel worse. But she couldn't know until she tried. This is impossible. Lorina exhaled heavily and ran her hands through her hair. Also, we have to save. She looked over the letter she had written, frowned, bit her lower lip, struck through the last line she had written with her quill once, then twice, then thrice, over and over and over again. Dear Mama, I had my first lesbian experience today. By the way, we are devout Christians living in 1850s England. Surely I won't be burned at the stake for this. The nib of the quill bled black ink over the paper, obscuring her introduction. Dear Mother, Ethel, Mary, and Alice. And Lorina sighed again, crumpling the piece of paper between her fingers. This would not do. How on earth could she ever explain this? She didn't understand it herself, so how could she write it down in neat, pretty little words? And to her own mother, no less. Dear Mother, Tilly and I have become much closer since I last wrote you. In fact, we have become closer than I ever dared to imagine. No. Lorina moaned in defeat and buried her head in her hands. She was not simply close with Tao Hua. Lorina was relatively close with Ada, about as close as their schedules would allow. And Lorina had never felt a particular desire to kiss her. It was just not done. Oh, chat, I need you to see this. They did the thing that I did, which is you just write the phrase that you're saying with like capital letters. Not done. It's so funny. I feel seen. I feel seen. Thank you. Thank you, Ebi Hime. You know, you recognize me. Real recognize real. So not done, in fact, it deserved to be written with capital letters. I'm such an idiot. Lorina mumbled into her hands. Nobody replied. The other maids were fast asleep. Dear Mama One, I specify, for I have bestowed such a title upon a second woman. Tao Hua is Mama too. If only Ethel was there, Ethel would have known what to say. Ethel always knew what to say. Though Ethel was only 15, her mother always said she was an old soul in a young body. Lorina thought it was a fair comparison. Ethel was popular with the opposite sex. She was a sensible sort of girl, good with managing finances and making ends meet, who would make an enviable wife. It didn't hurt that she was so very pretty. Prettier than Lorina. He probably had more experience than Lorina did. The baker's son back in Liverpool had been awfully fond of Ethel. As for Lorina, that brief moment she had shared with Tao Hua had been her very first kiss. Why had she done it? Maybe Ethel would have known, but Lorina had no idea how to ask. Lorina took the crumpled sheet of paper, just one failure out of many, and hid it inside her pillowcase with the rest of the false starts. Then, she took another piece of paper and began to ponder yet again. Dear Mother, Ethel, Mary, and Alice, I hope you have been well. I have no idea what to say. Yeah. The 28th of April, Thursday. Alright, chat, important question. Yeah, surely no one will find those unfinished letters. Alright, important question, chat. We've been at this for 2 hours and 13 minutes. However, we just hit the first, not sex scene. First, kiss scene. That would be a good place to end, but it's kind of early to end stream. Do we go for, like, another hour-ish? Or do we stop here and leave it for next week? I gotta stretch. If we're gonna continue, I gotta get more water because I'm about to be out. We go to the next sex scene, obviously. The people crave more. You mean just like how Lorina craves more of Taohua's? Never mind. I do have the juice to go for another hour. I'm energized by the Yuri. The Yuri is energizing. Also, yeah, Muffin McFluffin, you're right. The caps is a good literary device. That's crazy. Alright. Allow me to take a quick 2-minute break to refill my water and use the restroom, and then we'll continue. Be right back! Don't get music! Alrighty, chat room. What does Tao Hua read? Is there like a Victorian England equivalent of like the cheap dollar novel, the cheap dollar romance novels? You know, the kind that are like, he put his girthy fingers around my neck and forced me down to my knees type of romance novels. I don't really like those. They're not my beat. Tao Hua would be a Twitter shit poster. Is Pulp Fiction a thing yet? That's a good question, but also suspension of disbelief. 50 instances of Tinder per page. Also, overusage of the word member. I swear I've never seen anybody ever call it a member outside of those really cheap romance novels. Smut. It's such a fanfiction.net kind of word. You know what I'm saying? No offense to the fanfiction readers out there, but you know exactly what I mean. Alrighty. We're making good time, though. It's either you say smut or citrus? Isn't that the incest manga? The lesbian sisters or something? Oops. Alright. Let's get it. Oh, like lemon. Okay, I get it. Lady Constance was in a foul mood, and, for once, Lorina didn't blame her. Lorina would have been in a foul mood if Miss Ingrid was her governess, too. Not that she'd ever had a governess. Her family was much too poor to afford such a luxury. But a governess like Miss Ingrid, with her eagle eyes and perpetually frowning mouth, did not seem like such a luxury. If anything, she was a curse. Well, if that's everything... Lorina set the plate of jam tarts down on the table with trembling fingers. The rim of the plate clinked against the wood surface, and though the sound was slight, the young maid still tensed. The atmosphere in the drawing room was oppressive. The curtains were open, allowing the warm spring sunshine to filter through the air, but Lorina still shivered. There was something about Miss Ingrid's presence, her white skin, her glacial tone, her narrowed eyes, that seemed to suck all the heat from her immediate surroundings. Perhaps, Lorina found herself pondering, she was a relative of Reverend Marner's. That would explain a thing or two. Speaking of which, Lorina was not looking forward to church that Sunday. I suppose I will be on my way now. As you should. A maid like yourself has no use here. I thought as much. Miss Ingrid raised an eyebrow. Her eyebrows were plucked carefully and were just as slender as her lips, almost non-existent. Why do I feel like Lorina is eyeballing every single woman she's around? MILF Hunter? Did that require a response, maid? No, Miss Ingrid. Then do not speak when you are not spoken to. You are dismissed. Yes. Thoroughly browbeaten, the downtrodden maid turned about. He was ready to exit the drawing room when... Excuse me! Lady Constance's voice, impetuous as ever, cut through the air. It was so forceful it almost seemed to part the dust motes. Miss Ingrid may have excused you, maid, but I gave no such commands. Do you place more importance on her words than mine? Lorina glanced at Lady Constance from beneath her eyelashes, unsure of what expression to settle on. Apologetic? Embarrassed? Ashamed? Lorina's lips contorted themselves into a confused, complicated frown. Miss Ingrid is of a higher social standing than I am, so... And I am of a higher social standing than her. Isn't that right, Ingrid? That is Miss Ingrid, if you do not mind. Well, I do mind. Lady Constance glared at her new governess. Her eyes were challenging. Ingrid? If you push this too far, miss, I will have to inform your mother. Inform her all you like. It makes no difference to me. If you have to talk to my mother about every little thing I do, it will only prove how incompetent you are. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I have no cause to feel shame. You are the one who should feel shame, miss, for behaving like a child. What was that? You might be a lady, but you're still a young girl. You need to be educated to a satisfactory degree, else those in your social sphere, I fear, will call you a dunce. Do you want that? Lady Constance gritted her teeth together, her eyebrows furrowed. You... how dare you? It is not how dare I, miss. How dare you? With all due respect, I am deeply disgusted by your conduct. You have been allowed to do whatever you want for far too long, but that will change henceforth. I will make you change whether you want to or not. In case you have not realized, I am rather good at bending little girls to my will. Particularly little girls like you, who think they're far more important than they really are. Ingrid, I think you're really sniffing up the wrong shrub there. I am important. I come from a far richer family than yours. Wealth is immaterial if you are morally bankrupt. Those are high words indeed coming from a governess. Oh dear, and now you are losing your temper, in front of a mere maid, no less. That is no way for a true lady to conduct herself. What do you think? Lorina hadn't expected to be addressed so suddenly, especially not by a woman who seemed to regard her as some sort of chess piece, a pawn on the board. But even a pawn could become a queen if guided by the hand of an expert player. What is with all the euphemism? Was Miss Ingrid trying to use her as a bartering chip? Well, tell me what you think of your mistress, maid. Or are you so very subservient you've grown to fear a 12-year-old girl? She has. Oh, that stung. Cao Hua had already taken Lorina to task over this. She didn't want Miss Ingrid to join in. I must admit, it is hard to respect somebody when they are so frequently losing their temper. I doubt any of the maids truly see you as superior, miss. And there you have it. This is how others see you. How does that make you feel, miss? Lady Constance's expression twisted. He looked outraged. I really, really hate you. Good. Then perhaps you will put some actual effort into improving your attitude. Try to prove me wrong. Lorina could not help but be impressed. Though she herself did not like Miss Ingrid, her methods seemed to be most effective. More effective than Miss Amy's in any case. Perhaps, with time, Miss Ingrid would even be able to shape Lady Constance into a decent human being. Unless Lady Constance killed her first. Trying to come up with a bit about the 1st of May, Sunday. Trying to come up with a bit about what if Sajam did Will It Kill but for lesbians hooking up after the first meeting. Okay. I want to say I am exempt from that stereotype. However, in my defense, we were dating for half a year before we met up. Not well, that too, but Constance, I will take out your. I like the mental notes here. When's the Lorina? Hey, thank you for the raid, Serena. How was Sao? Hi, gay. Hi. How was your stream? It's fun. Did you break 5 million again? Alice OP, please don't nerf. Oh no, she found a tank. Go snack. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, Serena. I will talk to you later, cariño. Muffin McFluffin on YouTube. Big, you've disrespected me and my people, but yes, energy. I feel there's a hate triangle going on between Lorina, Ingrid, and Constance. Yeah, Rika being gay on stream. I didn't even say the gay words. Alright, Serena, if you're still listening, bye. I love you. Talk to you later, sweetheart. Anyway. Hello, everyone coming from Serena Penguina Stream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Librarian VTuber. I stream a lot of visual novels. We're currently reading through BLACKBERRY HONEY, a lesbian love story about Victorian maids in the mid-1800s. Gilial, I'm going to teach you a secret. You can do the N with the tilde on it by doing Alt 164. That's how you do it. So when I type cariño, it's actually 9 character presses instead of just 6. 9? Cari, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 character presses. Anyway, everyone coming from the raid, you probably know who I am. I hang around Serena streams enough, and the Discord server. I hope you enjoy Yuri visual novels. I know Serena's audience has a lot of lesbians in there, but also a lot of just gamers. Why didn't Serena's message show up on stream chat? Which one? Any of them? Did none of them show up on the screen? That's a little odd. I don't know. Maybe the chat just hates her. On screen, that's kind of weird. But you know what? It's okay. It knew that it was off topic. Anyway, we are getting down to business. I gotta continue this story after I drink some water. Serena's pretty cool, can confirm. Exactly. Have you seen little Lady Constance's newest governess? Oh, Miss Ingrid, right? That's right. I have no idea what to make of her. She's a little scary. I think so too. She scolded me the other day because I did not polish the fireplace in the drawing room sufficiently. How cruel. I know. Lisa-Lot threw her arms in the air. She looked peeved. I'll comfort you all you want. Thank you, Effie. You are so good to me. I like this subplot of this, like, hinting of things going on between Lisa-Lot and Effie. And there's not really a subplot because it's just them having, like, one-liners at each other. But it's good. It's good. I ship it. Oh, it is so frustrating, though. What does it even matter? Miss Ingrid was not using the fireplace. She just wanted to scold me, I think. She scolded me, too. She said it was impolite to look at my feet when I spoke to her. Well, that is what she deserves. I have never seen a more wicked woman. I am sure she has some good in her deep down inside. It must be very, very deep down. Goodness, she is worse than the Witch of Belalp. Who? Yeah, romance between an extremely, like, extroverted character and introverted character is the best. Sunday morning found 4 of Bly's maids, Lorina, Lisa-Lot, Effie, and Ada, making their way to St. Mary's. Pauline and Isabel must have left already. As the 4 maids walked together companionably, Lisa-Lot complained the whole while. Lorina didn't really mind Lisa-Lot's complaints. Her voice, light and lilting, inflected with a Swiss German accent, was rather charming, even when she was in a state of distemper. But Lorina could hardly focus on Lisa-Lot. Her explanation about the Witch of Belalp was nothing more than a background hum. The sky up above was a bright, peerless blue, studded here and there with fluffy white clouds. The wheat swayed in the breeze, seeming to sigh softly with each slight motion. The air was soft and sweet. The fragrance of wildflowers and ground dirt mingled together in a rich, heady aroma. Not quite as rich, however, as the pervading scent of orange peel and bergamot that hung about Tao Hua. Tao Hua. Gay ass. Oh, now she's fantasizing about her on the way to church? Lorina traced an image of the older maid within her mind's eye. Her black hair, her green eyes, her pale pink lips. Just like the apple blossoms in the trees in the Hartwell's expansive orchard. Orchard? A deep sigh drew itself from Lorina's breast. Oh? Lisa-Lot looked at Lorina curiously. Her blonde curls fluttered in the breeze, tumbling about her shoulders like a princess's. That was a big sigh, Lorina. I can't help it. You should try to help it. My Uncle Rudolph always says, when you sigh, you are letting happiness escape from your body. Lisa-Lot had rather too many uncles and aunts. Lorina could never keep track of them. Instead, the young maid sighed again and wiped her eyes with the back of her arm. Sorry, I'm sleepy. You have been looking rather, as you English say, peaky as of late. Ada peered at Lorina anxiously, her eyes wide. I hope you're not feeling sick. Get well soon. Truth be told, Lorina was feeling sick, but it was no physical affliction. Rather, the young maid was suffering from a sickness of the heart. Again, we're flashbacking to this. Whenever Lorina saw Tao Hua, her cheeks started to flush. The sensation of lips against her own lingered in her mind. And then, she forgot everything. Even her own name. She's got it bad. It was quite the predicament. If Lorina hadn't have known better, he would have thought she was lovesick. But Lorina wasn't in love with Tao Hua. That was ridiculous. She couldn't be. Lorina was much too English to fall. What the fuck does that even mean? Lorina was much too English to fall in love with another woman. Wasn't she? What does that mean? She didn't know. But Lorina tried to force a smile all the same. Don't worry about me, you three. I appreciate the thought, but I'll be fine. If you are quite sure. If you have any problems, you can talk to me at any time. I know I'm not very useful, but I'll try to help. Lorina's smile grew. This time, she did not need to force it. It was difficult to remain unhappy when she was with Ada. Thanks. That means a lot to me, really. But how would her mood fare when she crossed the threshold of St. Mary's? Lorina hardly dared to imagine. Oh no, Limbus Company has been mentioned in chat. I know at least one person who's gonna go crazy for that. It is pretty amusing how Lorina is very, like, it's not even that Lorina doesn't think that two women can be lovers. She's just like, my culture doesn't allow it. And the culture is, cracker eating, no seasoning having, white woman Britain. Apparently. Someone get Lorina some water. She seems a bit thirsty. I'm saying. Cracker Island. Yes, you're correct, Slapper. She's thirsty. She wants the tea, as I said. Let us draw near with a true heart in full assurance of faith. It was a miserable thing indeed, Lorina mused, to sit silently through a Sunday service while convinced she was going to go to hell. Lorina had never once considered kissing another woman before, even as an idle whim. So why had she done it? She did not know the answer to that herself, and it was beginning to upset her. Having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience, and our bodies washed with pure water. Did she have an evil conscience? Lorina wasn't sure. It was true she had a bit of a temper on her, and sometimes she would curse under her breath or take the Lord's name in vain. But that was not so very wicked, was it? Even her mother, who was one of the most upstanding Christian women Lorina knew, had cause to curse on occasions. Generally, when a customer refused to pay a fair sum, or she poked herself in the finger with the tip of the sewing needle. But there was a difference between one or two vulgarities and a shared kiss between two women. On the lips, no less. Oh God. For if we sin willfully after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. Lorina knew her conduct had been poor, but she had been unable to help herself. In that moment, despite knowing what was wrong and what was right, she had wanted, more than anything, to kiss Tao Hua. She had wanted it so badly it was like a physical ache. Merely remembering it was embarrassing. But the most embarrassing point of all was, Lorina wasn't ashamed. She felt guilty, yes, and something inside her breast told her she had done ill. But she did not regret it. If given another chance, she would have kissed Tao Hua again. She wanted to kiss her even now.
But a certain fearful... What? But a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversaries.
Even if it would make the whole world revile and turn against her. Lorina didn't care. Over the course of the last month, Tao Hua had been her only ally at Bly. While Ada and Lysolot were kindly in their own way, they were incapable of standing up to Lady Constance or to Pauline and Isabel. Tao Hua was different. Lorina trusted the older woman. She knew when Tao Hua claimed she would do something, she did it, and that made her a reliable ally. Was that why she had kissed her then? Was it ceremonial? To cement their newfound understanding? Cat! I was about to make a joke about you ever just shove your tongue down a new friend's throat to seal the friendship. But knowing some of my stream audience, I would not be surprised if some of you said yes. I know who you are. But that didn't seem quite right either.
And again the Lord shall judge his people.
So she would be judged. Did that matter overly much? Lorina couldn't help how she felt, though she didn't fully understand what her feelings were. And yet, though it was frowned upon, Lorina didn't see why it should be so very sinful. During the last 3 years of being in service, Lorina had been unable to pursue what she wanted. She had been bound by the orders and instructions of others, to such an extent that, when Arthur Pickering cornered her in the library and told her she had pretty eyes of all things, the young girl shook her head. She didn't want to think about that. She wouldn't think about that. She just wanted, for the first time in 3 years, to do something for her own sake. To do something that made her happy. Yes, it was true. Being with Tao Hua made her happy.
But we are not of them who draw back unto perdition, but of them that believe to the saving of the soul.
Now, why should a merciful Lord begrudge her for that? Exactly. We have solved the religion question. All right, thank you. It's no problem. I'll see you next week, miss. Have a nice day. You too. Lorina exited the post office. As usual, the bell above the door jingled. It had taken Lorina longer to post her letter than she had thought. The queue had been unusually large that day, held up by a woman insistent on shipping a parcel filled with dairy goods to Bath. You're mailing dairy? Oh. The poor clerk behind the counter had argued with the woman until he was blue in face, pointing out, over and over again, that such shipments were against standard protocol. Lorina quite agreed. What was the point in trying to send perishables through the postal service? And to Bath, no less. Perhaps the woman was trying to kill the intended recipient. She had certainly managed to waste 20 minutes of Lorina's life. 20 minutes she wasn't going to get back. During that time, Lorina had wondered whether she should send her letter at all. She hadn't gone into great detail about her relationship with Tilly, but that wasn't for lack of trying. Lorina had attempted, most gallantly, to explain the situation. But she couldn't. It was far too confusing. Everything felt confusing as of late. Why was she so stupid? Did she just say Tilly? Yeah, remember? Well, actually, I don't know if you were here for the first stream. When she was writing the letter to her mom, she was like, I don't know how to spell Tao Hua, and that sounds really exotic, so I'm just going to call her Tilly when I talk to my mom about her. Oh, why was she so stupid? And if Lorina's intelligence needed any further questioning... oof! Oh my, we really must stop meeting like this. She just had to walk into Tao Hua. Of course she did. That was how these things worked. Lorina took a few shocked, shuffling steps backwards and blinked at Tao Hua in surprise. What? Why are you here? In retrospect, I guess exotic is better than oriental, but like not much. Muffin, you're correct, but like it's in the way that it's like not specifically racist, just like vaguely racist. It's like instead of calling someone a slur, it's like calling someone a you people. Yeah, most characters in the game can't spell at all, huh? Time period accurate illiteracy. It sounded more accusatory than Lorina intended. Why shouldn't I be here? Am I doing something wrong? No, but... The wind stirred and Tao Hua's dark hair fluttered gently in the breeze. Lorina stared. She could not stop herself. I know I am undeniably attractive, my little Lori, but you do not need to look at me quite so intensely. I fear you will burn a hole through my head. That wasn't the intention. What are you doing here this week? And did it, Lorina wondered, have anything to do with the curious case she had been carrying the previous Sunday? I just wanted to make an inquiry, that's all. What about? Something precious. An heirloom. Heirloom? Yes. It's an item that was given to me a while ago by somebody very important. I thought the strings needed tuning, so I took it in for repairs last week. You might have seen me carrying it. Ah, that case. That case indeed. So, what was in it? Some kind of instrument? Indeed. I always knew you were a clever girl. You could have told me that when I asked. But what about the mystery? Not everything needs to be a mystery. Why don't we try a riddle then? What kind of instrument do you think it might be? Well, you said it had strings, so... a violin, maybe? Incredible. You're smarter than you look. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that. Lorina frowned. But violins are expensive, aren't they? Indeed they are. Mine was made in Cremona almost 80 years ago. Cremona? In Italy. The craftsmanship is first rate. So is the sound. It's very precious. Not just subjectively, but objectively too. That's incredible. Lorina didn't know much about music, but she knew enough to realize that a genuine Italian violin would cost a horrendous amount of money. Instruments were not toys any person could pick up and play with. Only the rich could afford such luxuries, for that was what music was. A luxury. Once more, Lorina was reminded of Tao Hua's offhand comment a handful of days ago. Which one? It's like the Mozart opera. The Marriage of Figaro, you know? The more Lorina learned about Tao Hua, the more curious she became. You know what's next, Lorina. You know where you have to explore next, right? Her pant. Anyway. Would it be bloomers in this era? Not pants, but bloomers? Tao Hua's past sprawled out behind her like a labyrinth. Lorina was beginning to wonder whether she should keep a spool of thread to hand when they conversed so she could better navigate herself. How were you able to afford something like that? I didn't. It was given to me. Whoever it was must have liked you a lot to give you something so costly. I believe she liked me well enough, yes. Do you want me to show you? I can if you're interested. Well, if you don't mind. If I minded, I wouldn't have offered, silly. It was a good point. This was a rare opportunity. Lorina didn't want to let it go. She didn't know when she would have another chance. She wanted to learn more about Tao Hua. She was almost desperate. Maybe this violin was the key. Oh, it's these girls. Lorina found herself sitting in a parlor at a wooden table. Tao Hua sat to her left, one leg folded across the other, her dark hair falling across her shoulders. On the opposite side of the table were two young women who looked curiously familiar. One of the women had dark hair tied in two neat buns. The other, meanwhile, seemed to be around Ethel's age, so maybe girl would be more fitting? Her hair was blonde, her lips were soft pink, and her skin was fair. I met you after church that one time. Ah, yes, it is a pleasure. The older woman beamed, clapping her hands together. I did wonder when I would be able to sit down and have a proper conversation with you, Lorina. In my opinion, it would be better if we didn't bother. Oh, hush, Emily. Now utterly confused, Lorina glanced curiously about her surroundings. The curtains and carpet were a rich wine-red hue, and the furniture seemed to be made of oak. It all looked very expensive. Lorina sniffed. The air smelt homey, of chamomile tea and old books. Hey, why are you sniffing the air like a dog? Are you trying to insult us? Lorina started. The sullen blonde, Emily was it, was glaring at her. Her glare was so intense, one could have been forgiven for assuming Lorina had barged into her home uninvited and vomited on her shoes. I'm sorry. You should be. What are you, a dog? My little Lori is many things, but she is not a dog. So she isn't your cute puppy, Tao Hua? No, not yet, at any rate. Oh my, but she seems so well trained already. The way she followed you in here, all lost and confused, was particularly adorable. I enjoyed it when she almost tripped over her own feet. Ah yes, that was very cute too. Delightfully charming. Excuse me? Can you stop talking about me like I'm not here? Oh, I apologize. Duly noted. You don't sound very apologetic. You know me too well. Lorina sighed. Now, why had she wanted to get closer to Tao Hua again? Because you like it, Lorina? The whole thing was more trouble than it was worth. So, what are your names? Oh yes, I should have introduced myself sooner. My name is Theodora the Explorer, and this is my youngest sister, Emily. A pleasure. Right? Lorina had never met anybody who made that phrase sound less pleasurable before in her life. Theodora and Emily, was it? She would try to remember that. And how do you know who I am? And don't look so suspicious, dear. There's nothing underhanded afoot, I promise. I'll decide that for myself when you tell me the truth. The truth, Look at that face. That's a good face. I need Neko to get out of the way. Good face. The older woman pondered, her head tilted to one side. You see, Tao Hua is a dear friend of my family. I've known her for quite some time, since she was even younger than my adorable little sister, in fact. She's told Emily and myself all about you already, on numerous occasions. Though we've not been formally introduced before, I knew you on sight. Tao Hua is quite taken with you, after all. Taken? Lorina blinked, her cheeks flushed. What on earth did that mean? Tao Hua has always been overprotective. She was worried some of the maids were mistreating you, so she asked us to keep an eye out. I didn't want to help. I thought it sounded like a pain, but I've known Tao Hua for a long while, so I thought I might as well. It's the honorable thing to do. My, Emily, you've become such a gentleman. Shut up. But your tongue remains as crude as ever. I am always saying she could stand to work on her manners. And how's the work on my violin progressing? Do you have any news? It's been a week, Tao Hua. You didn't think the repairs would be finished in a scant 7 days, did you? God created the world in 6. Marvelous though I may be, I am not God. Not even I would go that far. How humble. I'm incredibly humble. I understand these things can take a while, and yet... You would rather I cut corners, increasing the speed of production but reducing the quality. No, I suppose not. But... Tao Hua made a show of pouting and traced the top of the table with her fingertip. That violin is my baby. I've had it for more than a decade. I'm protective of it. Does that mean you don't trust me? Of course I trust you. But all mothers get a bit broody when they can't see their babies. The bond between a musician and their instrument is a wonderful thing. I'm so lucky my line of work allows me to see such passion on a daily basis. Sister, you exaggerate. You don't have that many customers. It's hardly my fault the residents of this village are Philistines who don't appreciate a good concerto. You would make so much more money if you moved to London. I don't know why you insist on being so stubborn. Because this is our father's business, and our grandfather's before him. You wouldn't be so callous as to abandon our family ties, would you? What of our roots? I don't care for roots. I would rather go to London. When I think of all the pretty dresses I could buy there and on the parties I could attend. You're too spoiled, Emmy. There's no such thing. I think there is. I bought you too many gifts. I lavish you with love and affection, and for what? For you to tell me you would rather move to London of all places. But it's boring here. And what do you suppose our dear mother and father would do when they return from Zanzibar, only to discover we have sold their house and moved to the city? You're being awfully optimistic, assuming the return is still a given. It's been more than 5 years. Oh, my little Emmy. How cynical. Get off me! Stop prodding my cheeks! But I want to. I'm your sister. Aren't I allowed? No, not in front of the guests. Please don't worry your pretty little head about me, Emily. I have no qualms about watching cute girls squirm. Cat, how do we feel about watching cute girls squirm? How do we feel about that? I'm sure the gays in chat are being completely normal about Tao Hua right now. What? Why you? Emily batted her sister's fingers away and shot Tao Hua a glare strong enough to wither roses. You really are awful, Tao Hua. My sister's always a nuisance, but she gets even worse when she sees you. We just have similar tastes, that's all. It is a pleasure to converse with like-minded individuals. Yes, indeed. I have yet to find another person who shares my pure, honest, heartfelt feelings for cute girls. Is everyone in this room a lesbian? I was talking about the music, actually, but I suppose that works. Theodora, whom Lorina was beginning to suspect was something of a fool, laughed sheepishly. I knew that. Of course you did, dear sister. Of course. A soft breeze caught the curtains, so they fluttered. Lorina could see individual particles of dust dancing in the air, flickering like fairies. What would it be like to own a house like this, all to herself? Lorina didn't know. She couldn't imagine it. She'd been much too poor for the majority of her life to even contemplate such a thing. My little Lori, is something wrong? Lorina sighed. I'm fine. If you really were fine, you wouldn't be pulling such a face. What face? Oh, like you've just seen a beloved family pet get hit by carriage. You're reading into it too deeply. I'm fine, I promise. And you're not jealous, are you? Jealous? Of what? I'm not sure. Perhaps you should tell me that. There are many things that I could be jealous about, but jealousy is a sin. And it's not a productive way to spend my time. Well, if you're sure. I was worried you might be envious of my relationship with these two lovely ladies. No? So you're not? Not at all. Not even a little bit? Lorina shook her head. Tao Hua smiled. Well, good. It would be foolish to be jealous. My relationship with these women is one of business. I have been a customer of Theodora's for quite some time, and where Theodora is, Emily is never too far away. Oh, Tao Hua, how cruel! We've known one another for years, and you say our relationship is strictly one of business? I even brought you home to meet my parents. I had your father appraise my violin. I was hardly seeking his approval for a future wedding. Oh, how she wounds me. Theodora collapsed back against her chair, one hand held on her quivering bosom. I fear my heart will break. I cannot go on. This world has not been kind to me. Now, I must depart. If you do decide to snuff it, would you kindly reimburse me beforehand? I don't pay people for unfinished work. Theodora sniffled, wiping imaginary tears from the corners of her eyes. You drive a hard bargain. It is the best way to get things done. My sister is very talented at her craft, but she is unforgivably lazy. You need to give her a prod every once in a while or she will fall into inertia. You don't need to prod too hard. Having an adorable little sister around who demands only the finest clothes and ribbons for her hair is incentive enough to work. Tao Hua tapped her fingers against the inside of her arm. Hi, Zero. Hi, Deep Sea Metro. How you doing? How's it going? What's up? What's poppin'? What's shakin'? It has been a week, Theodora. And I already told you, it will take longer than a week. I know your violin is important to you. You've brought it in for maintenance enough times, and I don't want to rush it. Were you hoping to discover something new by returning here so soon? Not particularly. I just wanted to show off. Show off? I thought my little Lori might be interested in seeing my violin. It is my pride and joy, after all, and I enjoy letting others gaze upon it. You make it sound like something indecent. How is a mother showing off her baby indecent? There can be nothing purer. They can look but not touch, Indeed. You are the only one, other than myself, who is permitted to fondle something so precious. And she says our relationship is strictly business. What am I, a strumpet? Sometimes I do wonder. Emmy, are you trying to damage my reputation? You damage it enough yourself, sister, when you drink too much gin and then start swearing like a sailor. Shh! That's a secret! It's all right, Theodora. I know all about your vices already. I don't have any vices. I'm as pure as the driven snow. If you want to discount the gin. And the cursing. She doesn't even go to church every single Sunday. How scandalous. Says you. You don't go to church at all. I'm sure our Father up in heaven, hallowed be his name, etc., won't mind if I miss a sermon or two here and there. Nobody's perfect. And least of all, you. There are many areas I am deficient in, but caring for instruments is not one of them. In fact, I shall prove it. You can be the judge of this yourself, Lorina. Who, me? That's right. Tao Hua came here to show off her baby, did she not? I'll go and fetch it for her. But, I don't know anything about music. It's fine. You don't need to understand fine art to appreciate it. If you have eyes, you'll see what I mean soon enough. And, just as Theodora had said. Wow! Lorina blinked at the instrument, sitting innocuously on the table. The sunlight streamed in through the open window, playing across the wooden casing so it shimmered. Its casing was a soft, nutty brown with reddish hues running through it, and it contrasted beautifully with the dark black of the ebony neck. The violin was round in shape, soft, almost feminine somehow, and practically seemed to invite caresses from wandering fingertips. It was the kind of instrument that begged to be played, even by a clumsy girl like Lorina, who could not have coaxed a single note out of it, let alone a soaring concerto. Through its delicate, hourglass-shaped body was marked here and there with small scratches. It was an undeniable work of art. Lorina felt almost humbled to imagine the hands that must have pored over the creation of such a precise, perfect object of beauty almost. How old had Tao Hua said it was? More than a century? It was incredible, really, that the instrument had survived for such a protracted period of time, particularly given how thin the neck looked. It was just like the stem of a flower. It must have been cared for tenderly. That was probably why the maple wood was marked here and there with scuffs. It was not because the violin was unloved. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The violin was scarred precisely because Tao Hua cared for it so deeply that she continued to play it. If you loved something, you did not simply let it sit in a corner and gather dust. True love was only displayed by continuous use, and this violin had been used frequently. I got hiccups! Hold on. Hiccups suck. But that only made it all the more attractive. It really is beautiful. Indeed it is. I knew you would understand, my little Lori. It's a true work of art. Any collector would kill to have it in their collection. Literally kill? Yes, quite literally. There are few things in life worth committing murder over, but a violin like this. To end another's life in a jet of crimson for the sake of such a fine specimen. I can understand that perfectly. Emily observed her sister with narrowed eyes, much like Queen Victoria. She did not look amused. I know you've been eyeing it up for a while, sister. Hey, don't make insinuations about my trustworthiness, Emmy. I would never steal an instrument from a client. You better not, Theo, or I would hurt you. I wouldn't. Hey, lie. Theodora gulped. Lorina had to admit, there was something rather troubling about Tao Hua's statement. Her wide smile didn't really help. Emily, for her part, remained unmoved by the thought of her sister's impending demise. If you do get hurt, sister, you deserve it. You act like an old man chasing the ankles of a pretty young chit. She's so desperate, it's almost endearing. Sister is always desperate. You're the only chit here, you saucebox. And you're not very pretty when you're being so obnoxious. Ow! Emily winced as Theodora delivered a swift jab of retribution upon her blonde crown. I'll admit it, I would love to own something this beautiful, but isn't that natural? We humans live our lives hoping to possess as many beautiful objects as possible. What other purpose is there in life other than to accrue riches? You're not Gilgamesh, sister. And I never will be at this rate. Is that violin really worth so much? You have no idea. No, I don't. That's why I asked. Well, let me put it this way. The group of four glanced back down at Tao Hua's violin. The sleek, nutty case shimmered as it caught in the dispersed beams of sunlight. Lorina had thought Tao Hua was joking when she called it her baby. Now, she could see where such a term of endearment had come from. If Lorina had possessed something so precious, she would have babied it too. It's no Stradivarius, but it would catch quite a handsome sum in the market. A genuine Italian violin from fair Cremona, where we lay our scene. That was... wait, what? Where we lay our scene. That was Verona. Forgive me, I'm not too well versed in the works of the bard. A violin from Cremona, made by a skilled artisan more than a century ago, is a very desirable piece. In fact, Tao Hua asked my father to appraise it for her about, more than a decade ago, I believe? Don't say that, Theodora. You shouldn't reveal a lady's age. I don't even know how old you are. You haven't seemed to age a day. I do like being mysterious. How you have such a violin is a mystery indeed. Father was shocked when he saw it. Nearly fell off his chair. Grandfather, too. I don't think it was a coincidence that he keeled over only a scant 2 months after he first met you. Father wrote a collector in London for a second opinion to ensure his estimations were correct. And do you know what the collector said, Lorina? What? Lorina already knew before the words fell from Theodora's lips. She knew it, but hearing it out loud made it seem even more real somehow. Inarguable, but dizzyingly improbable. It's worth more than 600... euro? Quid? Quid. It's worth more than 600 quid. Thank you to the Australian in chat. That's a pretty expensive violin. I still can't believe it. If people want quality, that's the price they're willing to pay, I suppose. And I only earn 10 quid per annum. Lorina sighed. Even if I worked until the day I died, I'd never be able to make that much money. Not through honest means. That's obscene. It does seem unfair when you phrase it like that, but that is how commerce works. What are you talking about? That violin is special, unique, a real work of art. You, on the other hand, my little Lori, let's just say, there's no shortage of desperate girls in need of a few bob to rub together. If you stopped working for Lady Leonard, he would be able to find a replacement for you in due course. And the violin? It is a rare treasure, being one of few known surviving violins that was produced in Cremona in the 1700s. It couldn't be replaced if it was lost or damaged because its worth is proportional to where it was made, who made it, and how old it is. That cannot be replicated. It's nice to know how little I'm worth in comparison to a block of wood. A very pretty, well-crafted block of wood. A block of wood, nonetheless. You're oversimplifying, my dear little Lori. Don't call me that. You've told me that before, but that hasn't stopped me. Tahua smiled, a soft smile without cruelty, and ruffled the top of Lorina's head. Lorina's hair was very thick and satisfying to ruffle, and Tahua's fingers sunk into it. Naturally, Lorina didn't appreciate this gesture of affection. Get off me! I apologize. You look so cute when you're grumpy, I couldn't help myself. Why do you think I'm grumpy? Oh, I don't know. Because I have in my possession an item that could make my fortune, should I choose to sell it, as Theodora has suggested many, many times before. Still pouting, Lorina began to pout down her loose strands of disheveled hair. The sun, warm and red and perfectly round in the bright blue sky, beat down against her skin. The dark fabric of Lorina's uniform was far too hot. She felt like her skin was going to blister. Perhaps that was another reason why she felt so dispirited. Lorina usually enjoyed the winding countryside walk back to Bly, but right now, tramping across the uneven ground, skirts in her hands, was a pain. It was even more irritating now Lorina was walking with Tahua, who, given her long, willowy limbs, was able to cover more ground than Lorina and far more gracefully. Was she trying to show off? Evidently, it wasn't enough that Tahua had her own private bedroom, an inner sanctum within the walls of a hostile, inhospitable land she could call her own. She also had a hefty nest egg she could rely on. That violin, Italian, crafted in Cremona. Where on earth had How Hua come by such a rare find? She'd called it an heirloom, but if her family owned such a thing, it must have been on par with dukes and duchesses. Why then was Tao Hua working as a maid? Why don't you sell your silly little violin? Lorina muttered it mutinously under her breath, but she wasn't discreet enough. Tao Hua still heard her. Are you suggesting that I sell my precious baby, little Lori? Yes, I am. It's the only logical thing to do, isn't it? And what's so logical about that? Would you care to elucidate? Well, it's obvious. In fact, you said you hated Lady Constance, and I don't think you cared much for Lady Leonard either. If you sold that violin, you could leave Bly behind and live a life of luxury. You wouldn't even need to work. You could go to your beloved London and wear fine clothes and attend the opera. There's all the Mozart you could ever want or need out there, whereas here? Lorina glanced about the cornfields and threw out her arms to demonstrate. There's nothing here at all. No hopes, no dreams, no anything. Lorina's chest heaved up and down. Her throat felt dry. It was rare of her to speak her mind like that. After working in domestic service for so long, she had forgotten how. It didn't behoove a maid to say what she was thinking, so Lorina tried not to. She squashed her thoughts and feelings down, into the soles of her shoes, and trampled them into the dirt. Out of sight, out of mind. But it was different with Tao Hua. When Lorina was with Tao Hua, her throat became unstuck, and she found herself saying all kinds of things. Hurt, blunt, rude things. But Lorina couldn't help herself. Tao Hua drew it out of her. She made Lorina act more like herself than anything else. I do understand what you are saying, my little Lori, and you raised some good points. There isn't a great deal out here, what with all these flat, boring fields. It's a dull corner of the country, and only a dull kind of life can be had here. Though some of the scenery is pretty, I suppose, I fear I'm not made for such a humdrum manner of existence. Then why do you continue to stay here? I don't know. I wonder that myself sometimes. Maybe I have simply grown accustomed to it. I've been working at Bly for quite some time now, and maybe this is the way it should be. It's the life she chose for me, after all. She? Lady Whittier. Who? It's not important. She's dead now. Has been for a while. Oh. I see. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You did nothing to cause this sorry state of affairs. You didn't kill Lady Whittier. No, but it sounds like she was important to you. She was. Very. So, the violin? Her last gift to me. A very valuable gift. I couldn't thank her for it enough back then. And I certainly can't now. It's too late. And is that why you haven't sold it? Indeed. I'm rather attached. The nostalgia is worth more than any amount of gold. Even 600 quid? I ran some calculations with my phone during this scene. 600 quid? Translated into, 600 quid, accounting for inflation, and then converted to USD, in 2024 would be 130,000 US dollars. I think it was like 101,000 quid? So, pretty expensive violin. That violin is like to buy you a car. It isn't enough to buy a house, but also like you also have to remember, even without inflation, the housing market was cheaper back then too. Even like 30 years ago, houses were cheaper. Even like not accounting for inflation. Yes, much more than that. I don't believe it. My. I didn't realize you were so materialistic. I fear I may be more sentimental than you. It isn't like that. You're making me sound so callous. I care about money, that's all. You have to when you've never had much of it. I know. I'm just teasing. I know our positions in life aren't exactly the same, and I can understand you being offended by my lesbian fair attitude to money. I hope I haven't offended you. I'm not offended, just... It's really annoying. I'm annoying? Yes, incredibly annoying. That didn't stop you from kissing me. That was just I was tired. Laissez-faire. Laissez-faire. Lesbian faire. Tired, is it? That's right. And does your exhaustion usually manifest in the act of kissing pure, defenseless maidens, my little Lori? Pure and defenseless? Pure and defenseless indeed. Sure. Don't you sure me, Lorina? I was very surprised. I'll be spoiled for marriage now. Aren't you already too old to get married? How rude. Just how old do you think I am, little madam? I'm not sure. Judging by the way you talk, about 40? 40? Well, I never. Of all the nerve. What are you gonna do about it? Hit me with your walking stick? No, but I will do this. What are you... But Lorina wasn't able to finish her inquiry. She could not finish, because Tao Hua pushed her. Hard. Lorina teetered for a few precarious moments, hovering awkwardly on the balls of her feet. Time seemed to slow while her hair fluttered in the breeze, her skirts dancing about her legs until... With a loud scream that made the nearby crows scatter, Lorina was thrown off her balance and toppled over backwards into the running river. That's so... That escalated pretty fast. Hello? You really don't need to do this. I know, but I am the one who pushed you. I'm taking responsibility. You don't get to bonk me for that. I'm just as shocked as you are. Fell in the river that disintegrates clothes. Twitch, please don't ban me for this. But I never asked you to. But I've decided to take responsibility nevertheless, because I'm an exceedingly kind person. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Need a moment to get composed. I'm just shocked. It was just like, he pushed me into the river, suddenly naked. Hello? Where did your clothes go? Oh yeah, there are no hips on screen, so Twitch isn't gonna ban us. We're fine. Lorina, I'm both shocked and appalled at you. Are you doubting my sincerity? Well, Lorina glanced down at her knees. They were two pale pink islands that jutted out from the surface of the water. She shifted, her back pressed against the cool tin tub. The water about her rippled. Droplets of moisture dripped slowly down her neck. Her fringe stuck against her forehead, damp and moist and underwhelmingly lukewarm. Whenever Lorina found the time to take a bath, the water was never hot. Lukewarm was about as good as it got. In fact, lukewarm was better than it usually was. That was all thanks to Tao Hua. Lorina had tried to protest, albeit feebly, but Tao Hua had insisted. In a precise and orderly manner that spoke volumes of Tao Hua's experience as a maid, the older woman had lit the fire in the laundry room, retrieved the tin bathtub from its dusty corner, and filled it with water. The whole process, which was so time-consuming most servants rarely bothered, had taken Tao Hua a scant half-hour. It was a miracle on par with Jesus multiplying his bread and fish. Tao Hua was kneeling on the floor beside Lorina, resting her elbows against the rim of the old, rusted tub. Lorina swallowed. You don't need to stare at me. I know I don't need to, but I want to. But why? Because I like looking. I don't think I'm much to look at. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. But I'm not pretty like my sisters. I've never met your sisters, so I can't judge. Really, compared to them, I'm incredibly average. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, my little Lori. And... Tao Hua raised an eyebrow. I find that rather hard to believe. Lorina, acutely aware of Tao Hua's roving eyes, blushed and tried to hide her chest with her arms. Unfortunately, it did little good. Don't stare. I can't help it. Your breasts are so large, I don't know where else to look. You have breasts of your own. If you want to stare at them. Yes, but mine are nowhere near as large as yours. It's interesting. Interesting? From a scientific perspective. Lorina had no idea what branch of science Tao Hua was referring to, but it sounded sketchy at best, downright illegal at worst. The younger maid sighed, letting her arms fall limply to her sides. There was little point trying to hide her breast from Tao Hua. It was too little, too late. Tao Hua had already watched Lorina strip and get into the bathtub, and Lorina's breasts were too large to successfully hide with her arms anyway. All she had done, in her attempts to preserve her modesty, was push her breasts together so they looked bigger than before. To be honest, having breasts like this is kind of a pain. I'm worried I'll end up like the cook if I'm not careful. Oh, I can imagine. You must get such awful backache, particularly with your slight, slender frame. Fetching and carrying things for the ever-delightful Lady Constance can hardly help. It does hurt sometimes, actually. Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Massage? Just like this. Ah! Lorina gasped, her eyelashes fluttering, as Tao Hua began to knead her fingertips into her skin. Lukewarm water continued to drip down Lorina's back. It trickled in a steady stream between her shoulder blades and trailed across each vertebra of her spine. Does it feel good? Tao Hua's voice was low, softer than a whisper, and Lorina couldn't bring herself to respond with words. She was afraid if she did, the spell would be broken, though Lorina wasn't sure when the magic had been cast. The younger maid bit back a whimper. Tao Hua giggled. You're so cute, my little Lori. Although, I suppose you're not so little after all. Lorina squeaked. Tao Hua had just prodded her left breast with the tip of her finger. The older maid's peach-colored nails sunk into the ample expanse of exposed flesh. When she drew her fingertip away, Lorina's breast jiggled. Jiggle physics in a visual novel? Lorina glared, indignant. Her upper and lower lip pursed into a ferocious pout. Why did you do that? I don't know. Tao Hua smiled innocently and cupped her cheek with one hand. I couldn't help myself. They look so inviting. They're not for you to play with. And does that mean you play with them? Lorina opened and closed her mouth, but no words came out. Just sounds. Choked, spluttering noises of indignation mixed with embarrassment. Oh, you're so darling, my not-so-little Lori. This is a face Vermeer would trip over himself to paint, and I don't blame him. Tao Hua shuffled backwards and made a frame with both her thumbs and forefingers. She positioned it so Lorina's huffy, blushy expression of indignation was set in the center. Why are you like this? I already told you. I can't help myself. You should learn. It just won't do, staring at other girls like a hungry wolf. You wound me, Lori. I don't stare indiscriminately. I only stare at people I like. Lorina felt her heart fluttering. Her stomach tightened itself up in knots. She directed her gaze downwards, at the coral pink islands of her knees. You like me? Of course, silly. And I rather think you like me, too. You must. And how did you come to that conclusion? Well, I flatter myself that I have a reasonable amount of intelligence. No more than average, perhaps, or, well, slightly above average. But not to flatter yourself, of course. Of course not. I'm simply giving an unblemished, unobscured recounting of the fact. The fact. The facts being that you kissed me earlier this week, and you seem to have forgotten all about it. Well, now, how else am I supposed to interpret that? You weren't toying with my heart, were you? No, I wasn't. Then you were being serious. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking enough, obviously. Let's not talk about what you were thinking. What were you feeling? Before I kissed you? Before, during, after, whatever takes your fancy. I just want to understand what happened. I want to understand you. Well, what had she felt before the kiss? She couldn't remember. But during the kiss, it felt nice. Nice was a bit of an understatement. It was a pathetic summarization of a wealth of emotions, but Lorina wasn't sure how else to phrase it. Nice, was it? Yes, really nice. So, if kissing me felt nice, perhaps you might want to feel even nicer. And does that sound like a good suggestion? How? Oh, be still, my beating heart. Tao Hua wound a strand of Lorina's still damp hair about her index finger. The younger maid's hair was darker than usual, dyed from the wetness of the bathwater. Do you not have any, how shall I phrase it, intimate experience? Lorina shifted. Her face darkened. All of a sudden, she remembered. Arthur Pickering and his unhealthy fixation on her, and her eyes, and her hair. He told her she had beautiful hair. The memory was enough to make Lorina feel ill. Oh, Lorina? Noticing Lorina's sudden discomfort, Tao Hua drew her fingers back. She glanced at the younger girl curiously, her eyes tinged with concern. I didn't go too far, did I? No, Lorina shook her head. The ghostly memories of Arthur in the library and his fingers in her hair, fingers against the front of her dress, were gone. She just wanted to think about Tao Hua. I suppose... She drew in a breath. I'd be lying if I said I had no experience. But it is an experience I want to remember. I see. Tao Hua nodded as though she knew. Maybe she did. Everyone else seemed to. Pauline had called Lorina a slut. Had she really meant it? Was that what everybody else thought of her? What about Tao Hua? But, I've never been kissed, or kissed anybody else before. Not until I kissed you, at least. Well, how about this? Tao Hua leant in close and pressed their lips together for the second time. This kiss was every bit as soft and gentle as the first, and Tao Hua's lips did not linger, though Lorina wished they would. There. Tao Hua drew back, smiling proudly to herself. And now I've stolen your second kiss, too. But you, What? Lorina's mind was hazy and nothing quite made sense, but she was still able to eke out a few words of dissent. You didn't steal my first kiss. Like I said, I was the one who kissed you. Tao Hua waved one hand dismissively. A trivial point. It's not trivial. Then I'll kiss you so much it will make it so. Kiss me however much you want. It won't change the truth. I intend to. I haven't even started yet, my little Lori. Then you... Lorina's heart pounded harder and harder. It seemed to be working overtime to color her cheeks a bright cherry red. You're gonna do it again? If you want. Well... Don't you like it? I do. Then why don't we keep going? Lorina looked at Tao Hua shyly from beneath her eyelashes. When she'd kissed Tao Hua, she'd been so overtaken by emotion, she hadn't really had time to process things. When Tao Hua had kissed her, it had started and stopped so suddenly Lorina had barely been afforded the time to respond. Now, Tao Hua was giving her a choice. She had enough time to really think about what she wanted. Lorina could refuse Tao Hua's advances, as all good Christian girls should have done. Or she could accept them. What was the harm in accepting? She'd already come this far, so... Maybe I could try it. Just one more time. Just once? Tao Hua pouted. Well, maybe more? Then if you don't mind... Tao Hua dipped her head. Her fingers slid beneath Lorina's chin as she pressed their lips together. This kiss was more urgent than the last. Almost forceful. Lorina whimpered into the kiss, and Tao Hua used this to her advantage. She slid her tongue deep inside Lorina's mouth. Lorina understood her situation logically, but her mind couldn't process it. Tao Hua's tongue was coiled about her own, and the sounds it made were wet. Wetter even than the water that sloshed inside the tin bathtub. Lorina wanted Tao Hua to keep kissing her, over and over again. She didn't want her to stop. Tao Hua... Lorina arched her back and mewed helplessly into Tao Hua's mouth. The older maid drew back, wiping her mouth with the back of her arm, and smiled at Lorina fondly. "You're so adorable, Lori." I am? Definitely. You look even more adorable when you're like this. Like what? Your lips are swollen from kisses, and your face is all red. I'm fine. If you say so, dear. Lorina pouted, but deep down, she knew Tao Hua was right. She felt short of breath, and no matter how she inhaled, her lungs didn't seem to be filling with enough oxygen. She was pressed against the side of the bathtub, squirming with unrealized want. She rubbed her thighs together, hardly knowing what she was doing. The coolness of the tin bathtub contrasted sharply with Lorina's warm skin. She shivered. Tao Hua reached forwards, dipping her fingers into the bathwater, and took Lorina's fingers with her own. "You belong to me, you know?" I'm yours? Yes, all mine. When did you decide that? When you let me kiss you? Tao Hua? Yes, my little Lori. What is it? It feels good. Then? Am I about to get banned from Twitch? And YouTube? One of Tao Hua's hands started to massage Lorina's right breast. Am I about to get banned? Her other hand, meanwhile, began to play with Lorina's unresisting body. Her fingertips trailed across Lorina's wet flesh. They caressed the curve of her stomach, the shallow dip of her belly button, and the inside of her thighs. The whole while, Lorina trembled like a tempest-tossed flower. During their shared kisses and caresses, Lorina's legs had slipped open, though she was probably unaware of the fact herself. Just like she was unaware of how openly, almost obscenely appealing she looked. Lori, do you want to keep going? Lorina's body responded before her mind had truly processed the question. She nodded limply, her face flushed. Are you sure? Tao Hua's fingertips rested against the inside of Lorina's thigh. She pressed down, applying the smallest amount of pressure. Okay, hold on. Let me check to make sure I don't have the DLC installed, right? I don't, right? 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 I don't have it installed. I have just confirmed on the Steam page. This is just how spicy it gets in the censored version. Okay. First time here just to witness the ban? You know what, Muffin? I hope you come back. I hope I don't get banned so you can come back. Oh my god. Lorina inhaled. Her head was swimming. I want you. To do what? I hardly even know. Just, Lorina shuddered. All thoughts of heaven and hell had been driven from her head. At that moment, all she knew was that she wanted Tao Hua. She wanted her so badly it ached. Just keep going. Lorina blinked up at Tao Hua with large dewy eyes. Her eyelashes trembled. Please? Well now, how can I deny you when you ask so nicely? The fingers of Tao Hua's left hand trailed lower and lower. Lorina's back tensed. Tao Hua's fingers were so close now, close to the most private part of her body. And yet, all of a sudden,
Ah! They stop. This is the safe for work version. They stop. Why did they stop? Hua leant in a little closer. Her lips were inches away from the shell of Lorina's ear. I can't take this back, Lori. Our relationship will change if you let me have my way with you. You know that, right? I know. And you don't mind? No, I want it. Please. Well then. Hua's lips curved upwards in a soft smile. Unlike her typical smiles, it wasn't cruel or conniving or even particularly mischievous. If you are willing to let me do what I want, who am I to deny you? I can be cruel at times, but I'm not cruel enough to leave such a pretty young girl hanging. Hua. My little Lori, I really will make you mine. Every last little bit. And then they were just in the room with their clothes on. Nothing happened, Twitch. Nothing indecent at all. That evening found Lorina in Hua's room, sitting by her side on her bed. Neither woman spoke about what happened earlier. Lorina had tried, on multiple occasions, but the words failed her. She couldn't. It was painfully embarrassing. More excruciating than having her fingernails torn out. But just because Lorina wasn't talking about it, that didn't mean she wasn't thinking about it. I'm sure you are thinking about it. Hua's lips trailing kisses against her bare skin. Hua's tongue inside her mouth. Hua's fingers against her breasts. And then nothing else happened. Nothing else happened that would get me banned from Twitch. Nope, not at all. Lorina squirmed, clamping her thighs together, and almost upset the teacup and saucer sat on her lap. It was a good thing her clumsiness remained as an almost, because Lorina didn't fancy the idea of spilling boiling tea all over herself. Goodness gracious. You should be more careful, my little Lori. How funny. And I thought you might like to see me suffer. Hua blinked innocently. Whatever gave you that idea? Everything you've ever done and said to me? Oh dear. I think you might have misunderstood my true intentions. What? I spend time with you, my little Lori, not to derive pleasure from your expense. But rather, because spending time with you makes me happy. If that is a crime, then I am guilty of it, and I will hang from my neck in Newgate Prison. Don't be ridiculous. You don't mean that. How do you know what I mean? Please don't make assumptions, my little Lori. But what do you want me to think? That I'm telling the truth. That you really like me? If I didn't, I wouldn't have kissed you so passionately. Lorina squeaked. Her cheeks flushed until she was as red as a beet. How charming. Hua smiled and pressed a kiss against the tip of Lorina's nose. I thought we weren't going to talk about what happened. We weren't talking about it, no. But I was still thinking about it. Your flushed face has brought it all back to me. You were so lovely. You were so lovely, my little Lori. It was something of a struggle to focus on my chores today. Not even Heracles faced such lofty obstacles during his 12 labors. You're exaggerating. Maybe. Maybe not. Lorina dipped her head and breathed slowly, in and out. She had to calm herself. Calm her heart.
In new gay prison? Yeah, I think she's an old gay, though. The air was infused with the scent of rosehip tea. It was a soothing, balmy aroma that made Lorina think of flower gardens. In her heightened state of self-consciousness, Lorina found herself examining the cup and saucer on her lap in more detail than it warranted. She just needed something to focus on beyond self-indulgent memories of Tao Hua's mouth and lips and tongue. Okay, Lorina. Okay. Get her a pitcher of water, because this bitch thirsty. The teacup was as good a distraction as any. The cup was chipped about the rim and significantly more battered than the tableware Lady Leonard used to serve her guests. Even so, the cup was made of china, and had probably been quite expensive once upon a time. The light blue design, with twigs and leaves snaking about the circumference, attested as much. It had been crafted by the fingers of an artisan, though they must have been long dead by now. Tao Hua? Yes, my little Lori? Do these cups belong to you? They do now. But they didn't before? No. These cups must be a good decade or so older than I. Lorina looked at Tao Hua curiously. Just how old are you? Not quite as old as the earth, but older than a newborn babe. Lorina rolled her eyes. You are impossible. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't. But I will take it as one all the same. Lorina huffed and turned her head away. Oh, why was Tao Hua so infuriating? And she still hadn't answered her question. Who had those teacups once belonged to? It was probably the same person who had given Tao Hua her violin. Lady Whittier, was it? But what of Tao Hua's family? Her parents, brothers or sisters, uncles or aunts, or cousins or nieces or nephews? Lorina didn't know. There was a lot about Tao Hua she didn't know. The older woman really was a mystery. Gotta save. Muffin McLovin on YouTube has the best comment. Lorina is going to new gay prison and Tao Hua is also going to new gay prison because there's no way she's letting her prey get away. Is spending time with Tao Hua that day had been like a dream? And where on earth have you been, Lorina? Then returning to the servants' quarters that night was a nightmare. Pauline had been waiting for Lorina's return, standing sentinel by the doorway. Just how long had she been waiting? 5 minutes? 10? 15? Pauline's back was suspiciously rigid, and her teeth were clenched together like she was in the latter stages of rigor mortis. What's wrong? What's wrong? You have the gall to ask me what's wrong after what you did today. Have you no shame? Please enlighten me. I seem to have forgotten. Oh, so you forgot, did you? You forgot that you were supposed to help me beat the carpets in the West Wing hallway. Well... Lorina looked down at her shoes. She really had forgotten. It had been hard to think of anything else while lying in that tin bathtub, Tao Hua's fingers caressing her. But thinking about that was embarrassing. Lorina blushed. I see you're ashamed of your conduct at least, but it just isn't good enough. We maids are supposed to work as a team. It's as Mr. Lester says, blithe like a swan. It appears graceful on the surface, but underneath, there are dozens of us working hard trying to keep everything afloat. That's right. To put it in a way you might understand, we help one another. We don't rush off on our own whenever we feel like it. I know you're still a young girl, But you have to learn to stop being so selfish. The world doesn't revolve around you and your wants. Now. Pauline smiled, smug and self-satisfied. Are you going to apologize? Apologize? Was this some sort of joke? Lorina's chest rose and fell, constrained beneath the material of her maid's uniform. How dare you? How dare I? You are the one at fault here, Lorina. That's right. You really inconvenienced Pauline. It's childish to blame others when you've done wrong by them. Don't lash out. You should know better. Try growing up. Can't you see the error of your ways? Not that a harlot like you could. There's always hope. I would like at least to give her a chance. The benevolent St. Pauline, in all her godly godliness, rounded on Lorina. Her eyes were hard. No more second chances. Admit you did something wrong. Say you're sorry. Are you being serious? Quite serious. Why would I joke about something like this? Your manners are no laughing matter. Just looking at you, one would think you were raised in a barn. Didn't your mother teach you better? You leave my mother out of this. That is right, Isabel. Talking about her mother is not nice. Lorina may have done you wrong, but... Lorina winced. She could feel a headache coming on. Shut up, Lottie. Damn, she's turning on her friends? Maid's cute, need to finish his VN sometimes? Do it, Azura. Also, hi Azura, welcome to the stream. But why? I was trying to defend you. I know, and I appreciate it, but you're not helping. Maybe not, but I believe that you truly should have helped Pauline. You were supposed to. Miss Smith said, I know I was supposed to help Pauline, but she frequently forgets to help me. Why is it acceptable for her to shirk her duties, yet I get raked across the coals? It's unfair. And here I was, trying to be nice. I wanted to give you a chance, but... Pauline drew closer to the younger maid. Her cool mask was slipping, melted by Lorina's anger. I don't think you deserve it after all. Not if you're so stubborn you can't admit to your own failings. Failures? That's rich, coming from a woman like you. You selfish brat! Have you thought about anyone other than yourself your entire life? I should be the one asking you that. What? You didn't want me to help you earlier. You wanted me to do all the work, like usual, so you could gallivant off and do God knows what. You just wanted to flirt with the valets or share gossip with Isabel. That's all you ever do. You never do any real work. You push it all on me. I'm sick of it. So you're saying this is my fault? That's right. You reap what you sow. So were you trying to punish me? You, Lorina? Yes. You've gotten away with far too much for far too long. Well, I won't let you take advantage of me anymore. I refuse. Pauline glared at Lorina. Lorina glanced back, glared back. The two women were inches away from one another, neither backing down. The tension in the air was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. For a few moments, everything came to a halt. And then, all of a sudden... You shameless hussy! How dare you speak to your elders like that? There was a loud crack. Lorina's head was snapped roughly to one side. A sharp, stinging pain flared up in her right cheek. The younger maid gasped, her breathing ragged. She took an uneasy step or two backwards, pressing her fingers gingerly against her flushed skin. Pauline had slapped her. The older maid had really slapped her. Fucked up. Lorina, are you all right? Lorina was lying beneath her covers, curled up like a weevil inside a biscuit. The sound of Ada's voice, however, drew her from her reverie. The young maid turned, thin sheets sliding off her body, and glanced at her friend. It was difficult to pick out Ada's individual features in the gloom, but Lorina could just about see the furrow of her eyebrows and the downward curve of her lips. She looked worried. "I'm fine. You should go to sleep, Ada." "I know I should sleep, but it's so windy outside, and I was worried about you." "Why are you worried about me?" "After what Pauline did? I'm sorry I didn't step in. I wanted to stand up for you, but I didn't know what to say." Ada's face crumpled. "I never know what to say. I'm so useless." "Oh, Ada. I don't think you're useless. I appreciate the thought. That's more than enough." But you were right. Pauline always shoves work onto other people. She does it to me, too. She used to do it more before you arrived because I used to be the youngest. And now I have the honor of her undivided attention. I'm so happy. I am sorry. I'm used to her pushing me around, so I was actually relieved when you started working here. Pauline's left me alone since then, but I feel so guilty. I shouldn't be happy that you're being mistreated in my place. I really am a bad person." "Don't be silly. You're not bad." But... A bad person wouldn't worry about being a bad person, unlike Pauline. Do you think she feels guilty about anything she's done? Maybe not. There, you see? You have nothing in common with Pauline. You're a good girl. She's pure evil. Evil? That's a bit harsh. She slapped me. She deserves it. Well, I suppose you're right. Thank you, Lori. I feel a lot better now. That's quite all right. Wait. Lorina paused. Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean, Lori? It's nothing. I just heard you talking to Tao Hua a few days ago, and she called you that, so... Goodness gracious. Lorina sighed. Lori. Was that to be her new nickname? It wasn't as though she didn't like it, but... Achoo! All of a sudden, a soft, raspy little cough forced its way from Ada's throat. It wasn't particularly loud, but Lorina hadn't expected it, and it made her jump all the same. Bless you. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's just so cold in here. It's all right. I understand. You should try and get some sleep. You wouldn't want to get sick. I was trying to comfort you, but you end up comforting me. It's all right. I don't mind. I'm used to being the big sister. I'm a big sister too. But you have 3 brothers. I have 3 sisters. It's different. Oh, Lori. Sorry. I mean, Lorina. It's fine. You can call me Lori. She might as well let her. The damage had already been done. She is accepting her new puppy nickname. The 5th of May, Thursday. But we're not going there. Save. Remember, kids, we're in the 6th save slot. Don't forget. Alright. Ada is cute. Alrighty, cat room. That was a good couple chapters. We went for 4 hours. That was a pretty good story. You know, we got some nice relationship development from Lori and Tao Hua. And definitely no sex scenes. Twitch, no sex scenes. There was no visible sex scenes on screen. Remember that? I wonder what's gonna happen. I don't know how much longer we have in this. I remember seeing that this was allegedly Blackberry Honey length. Allegedly, like, okay, the average time to beat the main story is 6 hours and 20 minutes. I have streamed this game for a collective 8 hours, by the way. I might just be very slow about it. Let me see. Blackberry Honey. Yeah, so the first one was... I do voice everything and pause for chat frequently, that's right. 4 hours? And we've been streaming for about 4 hours too. So, I think next week is definitely gonna be... definitely gonna be the end, probably? At least the last week. I hope it's not like... I hope we're not like 2 steps from the end of the entire novel. Reading out loud is slower than just reading to yourself. That's true, yeah. I do pause for everything and I do voice everything. The voice acting probably has to add like 50% timing, right? So we'll probably be done in like 1 more stream still. I'll go extra long next week to finish this if I gotta. However, thank you for tuning in, everybody. Thank you for those who stuck around from Serena's raid on Twitch. Thank you, Muffin, McFluffin, and everyone else watching on YouTube as well. For those of you on Twitch, we're gonna send a raid over. I don't know where. I don't know. Is there anyone reading visual novels right now? Oh, it's Little Goody Two Shoes. What if I just happen to find... That's not... Minecraft isn't a visual novel. I don't know any of these people. I'm just gonna send y'all to Cruiser. Cat, go say hi to Cruzy. She's currently playing Fortnite. I know that's probably a very big tone shift from Blackberry Honey. Speaking of Blackberry Honey, everyone who's here, make sure you tune in next week for more Blackberry Honey. Next Wednesday, same time, 8:30 Eastern. We're gonna finish up the story and hopefully not risk getting banned with some of these scenes. Remember, if you're enjoying the show, make sure to hit follow if you're not already following, or subscribe, or whatever. Like if you're on YouTube. Thank you, Muffin, for the comments. Have a good night, Rika amigos. Oh, you know what? Hold on. On Twitch, we gotta have a raid message. Y'all are followers, right? Y'all have follower emotes. What are my follower emotes? Rika raid incoming. There you go. Just put that in the chat for the raid, alright? Serena hit me with a raid message, now I'm making y'all do a raid message. Do the VTuber thing. That's it. Remember, tomorrow, we have Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma, the first chapter. Same time, 8:30 Eastern. Tune in. Don't miss it. I've heard it sucks. Adios, Rika amigos. Good night.
I only brought it up because